Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Rigstead, the chairman of the Goffstown Zoning Board of Adjustment. Welcome to the December meeting. The Goffstown Zoning Board is an elected board of 5 members and up to 5 appointed alternates. Currently, the board has 5 elected members and 4 alternates. If anyone is interested in serving on the ZBA, please see Brian Rose for more information. The board has a posted agenda for each meeting and tends to follow the items in order. The board will open the public hearing on an application to receive testimony from applicants, abutters, and affected parties, and ask questions about the appeal. The public hearing will then be closed, and the board will enter into a deliberative session to discuss the merits of the appeal. For each application, the board will decide to approve with conditions, deny, or continue to a later meeting. You are welcome to watch the deliberations this evening, or you can contact Brian Rose at Town Hall to get the results. For an applicant's request to be approved, there must be an affirmative vote of at least 3 members. An applicant can request a continuance if there's not a full 5-member board to act on an application. I think you're in luck tonight. We've got 5 board members here plus alternates. If you are aggrieved by a decision made by the ZBA tonight, you have the right to appeal to the Superior Court. However, before appealing to the Superior Court, you must request a rehearing with this board to preserve your right to appeal. Rehearing requests must be filed within 30 days of the decision and state all reasons why the decision was illegal or unreasonable. Failure to request a rehearing may forfeit your ability to appeal to Superior Court. And with that, I'd like the board to introduce themselves. Start with Dan.
Dan Doucette, alternate.
Joe Femino, alternate.
Kathy Hooton, member.
Ed Loopy, vice chair.
Gail Black, member.
Vivian Blondo, alternate.
Joanne Duffy.
And I'm Brian Rose, the Planning and Zoning Administrator.
Good evening, everyone. So we have an agenda this evening that we generally follow in order. However, we're going to take one item out of order tonight because we're going to take the opportunity to fill our remaining alternate vacancy. We received an application from Len Stewart. Len has previously been an alternate and a board member. Len is applying to be an alternate again this evening. Members, any discussion on voting Len in as an alternate?
Brian, do we know the term?
I don't, unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't know what the available term is for that. It is online, so if someone.
Do you know the rotations, how it works? Because I have it right here. We have 2 right now that started in 2010, 1 in 2011, 1 in 2012. Would you know how that normally works?
I only know by looking at the town's website because they're listed and the actual terms are listed and the vacant position.
And the vacant position has no term next to it.
But the other ones have terms?
2 of them are 2010 to 13.
Mm-hmm.
1 is 2011 to 2014. 1 is 2012 to 15. So there's either another 11 or another 12, probably.
Are you on the town's website?
I am.
I make a motion that we accept the application to be not less than 1 year and no more than 3 years for Len Stewart, subject to the decision of the planning administrator as to what term will be fulfilled.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Yes. Any discussion?
I just have a question.
Sure.
I don't know if Len was planning to sit tonight, but Scott is
That's
ready to
exactly the
swear him
plan.
in.
Yep.
Okay. So he's across the hall. I
Yep.
can go get him.
After we make a vote, Len can make his way over
Oh,
there. It's
okay.
already been
I
worked out
have
at the
the
time.
oath over here.
Okay. Any other?
It's like 50 years old.
That's funny.
Hasn't changed, I'm sure. Any discussion from the members? All those in favor of Len being voted as an alternate for the term as described by Kathy, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. And congratulations, welcome back. We'll ask you, well, you'll be part of the discussion tonight. And is Scott waiting, or do we need just to grab Scott?
Yes, he's across the hall.
I'll go find it.
Okay, thank you. And you probably just step out. All right, so we'll go on to the remaining agenda. The first item up is the approval of the minutes from the November 13 meeting, which have been provided on the website. Any discussion or changes or comment on the minutes as provided?
I make a motion that we accept the minutes as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the November 13 meeting minutes, say aye.
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 Abstain.
Okay.
Who seconded?
I did.
Vivian did. Oh, I'm sorry,
She's
Vivian
an
can't
alternate.
do that
You're an
tonight.
alternate.
Oh, that's right, too.
So I should point out the members, Joanne? Gail,
That's right,
yourself.
that's right. Okay, so,
I didn't
You
know
go
were
ahead,
an
Ed.
alternate.
I'll second it.
thank you. Ed will do
Okay,
it.
Ed was the second. Thanks for
Okay.
catching that.
That's
I
okay.
need to read all.
Yes, we
No.
will. So Kathy is the first.
I never went for a
Ed's the
regular member.
second.
I don't feel
Members,
it.
all
Take all
those
the-
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, the
Opposed?
meetings, I've been making them
Abstain.
all.
You as
I'm
abstain.
abstaining.
Got it?
Yeah.
Got
Of
it.
course you do. Okay, with that, we're gonna go on the first item of the public hearings. And please, always correct my pronunciation of names when you come up. Linda Forsyth, owner applicant, is seeking variances to allow an existing portable tent shed and a newly built deck platform to remain, and a proposed porch extension to be built within the 100-foot setback requirement of the Wetland Surface Water Conservation District, and within the side and rear yard setbacks. The variances are required because the existing and proposed improvements are located up to 22 feet from the Piscataqua River, whereas section 13.3.3.4 of the zoning ordinance requires a 100-foot setback from all surface waters within the town, and whereas section 4.3 of the zoning ordinance requires a 30-foot rear yard setback, and also because the proposed porch, extension, and portable tent shed are within 15 feet of the side yard setback. Or, excuse me, are within the 15-foot side yard setback. The property is located at 131 Dennis Park Road, which is map 25, lot 32, in the residential 2 district. So, before, let's see, so, last month you talked about this application,
I
correct?
make a motion that there's no regional impact.
Second.
Yes, you did, I see that you did vote on regional impact last time, but in this case, Brian is recommending that we redetermine regional impact because of the new variances that were submitted as part of the package. And so, Kathy, you submitted the
I make a
First.
motion there is no regional impact.
I'll second.
Joanna, second. Any discussion on regional impact? Members, all those in favor to say that there is no regional impact, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed or abstained? All right. So the staff has provided information in the package. Talking about the deck. It's got 2 items there on the 1 page, 3 more on the back.
There's
So,
also
yeah.
a conservation commission.
Yes, and a Conservation
Comment.
Commission letter that we will get to as part of this application. Any comment before we hear from the applicant? Board? Ms. Forsyth? Forsyth, I assume. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
So you already saw the rules. The rules are you come forward. For anyone who wishes to speak on applications, come to and have a seat where the camera has a good shot of you and everyone in the town can hear.
Great. Okay, I had a deck put on the back of my house, and I think we have diagrams that show where it is.
Right.
It's not as, it's something that can be removed if it has to be removed in case of a flood. It wasn't cemented into the ground. And the other part of the porch is actually gonna be, I want as a deck. It's not gonna be covered. It's just an extension going out to the side. My whole property is within 100 feet of the setback of the water. So no matter what I do, it's within the water lines. I do have a permit from the state, from the Shoreline Protection, permit by notification for those. The green tent garage, we never knew was an issue, never knew we needed a permit for it, and it has been there since August of '09. That's it.
And so you're seeking multiple variances because everything that you, like you said, your property is all within the 100 foot, so anything you need, anything you do, you need to seek a variance for. essentially.
Exactly.
So you're encroaching on the side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, and the 100 foot water surface, wetland surface water conservation district. All right, so you're seeking relief. And you identify your, in the packet, I see that you speak to the different variances. Did, I should probably know this. Does the packet from last month still stand, Ryan? Was there additional variance sheets in that one, or is it this one?
I believe what you received today had some additional information regarding the green tent. as
Oh,
well
we
as
received something today on our desks, or in this month, you mean?
Yeah, in your packet this
Okay.
week, whatever that was.
Anyone on the board have any questions?
I just had a question, a clarification. I noticed that you just said that the existing porch would be extended to meet the end of the house,
Mhm.
but it would be a deck
Yeah,
and
not
not a
covered.
covered porch. So it would be the same material that the deck that you built?
Exactly.
Because I read the conservation minutes and they seem to have a problem with it because it wasn't, it was an impervious surface in the,
If we were to put a
Rainwater.
roof on it and actually extended it as a porch.
so you got.
But my wording was wrong. I should have said an extension
Okay.
deck, because it's not gonna be covered.
So the information that was provided to them has changed insofar as now the water can actually go through like it
Yes.
can for the deck?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I read here that the stairs cannot remain. They have to be shortened.
It's a step. And
a step.
It's a floating step. It's not into the ground. And it extends about 10 inches from outside the deck.
Okay, so that step has to leave, is that what they're,
Was their recommendation,
so then what happens at the bottom step? You jump?
I guess.
Well, no, I'm not,
I'm not, I guess I'd have to put railings up or something, but
can you, does the stairs go directly to the door? with the-
it's one step
yeah.
that goes around the deck.
Is there a picture of it?
I believe
I
there is.
saw stairs.
Yeah, there's pictures of the deck.
This is the stair.
Is it this?
No.
It's
Nope.
the new lumber.
Yeah.
To the, if you're looking at
Which
the back
one
of the
is it?
house, it's the to the right.
Can you hold the picture up? I can show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
There.
it.
So that little lip that comes
Yep.
out the bottom.
That's the step.
Can you turn that?
So there's the top part, and then there's,
There's a
little
picture
step.
just of that too. I think
Oh,
you got it right there.
so it's this bottom step.
Yeah. That's what the
Okay, so that-
Conservation Commission had
So
spoken to.
they don't like the idea that it extends past the side of the house?
No, they don't like the idea it extends past the,
Too close to the
Back
the
line
width.
of the
Closer
porch.
to the water.
It's closer to the water.
But if you removed it, then it wouldn't meet the building code, because your step would be too high.
Too tall.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh.
Was that in the conservation, did the Conservation Commission mention that part?
They made a
No.
recommendation that they
Correct.
remove the step, but that's all I see. But that's what I was wondering, how they're gonna get on it.
Okay. Can you tell me what does the shoreline permit by notification provide you? What is it?
It actually, according to Greg Day, it's actually anything under 900 square feet. That's all I had to do was fill out the application, send them the money, they reviewed it, and they accepted it.
What does it prove? What does it say? What does it allow you to do? Does it allow you to keep it? Does it allow to say, I can have this?
Yeah, it allows it to be there.
It allows the existing and the proposed extension.
Yes.
It's right in here.
Okay.
And I think what Collis stated at the Conservation Commission meeting was that their concern is that non-impervious material is not what they want within that setback. and that they prefer the deck to have the wood because it can drain through and it can go into the ground, whereas a non-impervious structure will cause drainage that will go into the river. And that is primarily why that, as Carlos explained to Conservation after I read the minutes, that's their major concern on the setback area in a situation similar to this.
Okay.
But now they've changed that design, so it will be a deck instead of,
Right.
Right,
yeah,
Right.
okay.
a porch or
And
whatever.
actually, on the shoreline permit application, it does say a platform to the existing porch, which I just didn't get it into the town's.
So it appears a portion of it's been built. Is there still a remaining portion to be built?
Yes,
And what's the design like on that side?
that's just gonna be a deck with railings going around it.
Similarly, that it's
Same,
impervious, or that it's gonna allow water to flow through?
yes, same thing.
It's gonna
In
allow
both
water to flow.
areas where the decks are being, where I want these to be, grass does not grow. There's nothing that grows there because it's constant shade and constant moss and it's just,
I've lived it myself.
Yeah.
So
So-
water will go through the decking on both areas?
yes.
Right. And is there, you're planning construction on the other side of the house as well? Or is it just that one side closest to the river that you're planning the addition of the
If you look
decks?
at the picture at the back of the house,
Mhm.
you'll see there's the original porch in the middle. There's the deck that was put in,
Right,
and on the other side is where I want the extension deck.
okay. Nothing else on the other side?
It'll stay within the the borders of the house,
Okay.
except for this deck.
Anybody have any questions on the decking?
I have a question. I see the picture about the retaining wall that was floating away.
Yeah,
Was there any structure that was in the place of the new deck that got affected by the floods, or is this?
oh, no.
new?
That being floated away was in '07.
Okay, so this doesn't replace anything that was washed
No,
away? Or,
no.
Okay.
It says here you lost 8 feet of frontage.
Yeah.
Do you plan on putting up the retaining wall and, getting that 8 foot back, or?
I'm hoping to. I'm working with Shoreline Protection now to figure out how we can go about putting in some, because I don't want to lose any more land. So we need to do something to help retain it, but I am working with them and a surveyor to,
And they're gonna allow you to, like, backfill that to
we
reclaim
don't
that 8
know.
foot?
We don't know exactly what they're gonna allow yet. They haven't really come up with. So I have engineers working on it and Shoreline Protection.
But even if you did put that in on an assumption that you still would be within the wetland setback,
Yeah,
so,
the most I would be within the 30 feet.
yeah.
I could see this retaining wall didn't do much good.
Held it for a while. Tell us about the tent shed. So why did you build it? What's the purpose of it?
When I bought the property, there's no garage, there's no storage, there's a small shed that's been there. And it's not big enough to put in the lawn furniture, the water toys, the floats and whatever. We just needed storage.
And one of the variances you're seeking is that it's considered a structure and it's within the 15-yard side yard setback.
Right. But it's been there for over 3 years now.
Is
and
it
it's-
movable? Is it,
Yeah, it's a tent,
so it's portable?
yeah.
Anywhere you put it on, is there other locations on your property that it's
I'm still
able to
within,
put-
I'm still in the,
Correct.
yeah.
One of the things that we try to, our job's not to try to work with you and saying, this is how you can make it better, but the identification is obviously, the fewer variances, the better, right? So that if it was somewhere else on the property,
Because if it goes in, if I move it this way, it's too close to the water. If I move it this way, it's gonna be too close to the road. If I move it this way, it's gonna be sitting on top of my septic. So it's just,
okay.
it's not a huge lot.
Trying to think if I saw that. Was your septic marked in the drawing that's on the packet
And this from the surveyors.
from the surveyor?
Yeah. That's right, I think he did, right in the front of the house.
I did see a tent before, now I can't even see that.
It's like the pressure of being on TV.
Why,
Which page was this on?
when I look at this drawing here,
Here it is.
why could that not be put where your shed is here?
Okay.
Why couldn't that be moved over? To be with, to be,
It'd be on my well.
Oh, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't see the septic on here unless I'm
That's right in the front.
approx loc
Is this in here,
EDS.
the CDS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be on your well. How close to your well is it now?
10 feet? Maybe?
And do you keep vehicles such as a motor vehicle or a motorcycle or a four-wheeler or anything which the possibility of,
The four-wheeler is actually sitting on the is parked outside the tent on the side.
but I mean, the question I'm getting at, even though it's it's still in proximity of 10 feet of your well, those,
It's an artesian well, but I can't put anything over the top of it.
do you store any type of those vehicles in there?
Motorcycles in the summer.
Is there a cement flooring in there?
No. There's plywood that is put down though, under the bikes.
Any other questions? I've got a couple. All right. The existing wood platform. Except for that step down to the water side, it doesn't extend beyond the existing covered porch.
No,
Okay. The proposed extension, you want to put on the other side. Had you planned to do another step off?
no, it's gonna be even with the porch, so it'll be an even floor going
Same,
across.
same deck as the
Yeah.
existing covered porch, same height.
Right.
So you're not planning on coming off of the
There'll be no
deck?
steps. There will
Be no
just
step.
be
You're gonna
railings
have
around.
to access from the new platform. Now, the commission said they want to get rid of the step on the water side.
Yeah.
You could leave the one on the side of it. Would it be possible for you to cut the deck back a tread length, 7 inch, what, is it standard 7 or 9? I think it's 9 for tread length, cut back and then drop your step so that you didn't come past the same line as the covered porch?
The deck is exactly even with that, so any kind of step on that side would protrude past that.
Unless you cut the deck back.
Yeah, but then you're talking about all your,
Platform back and
But
went
then
down, went
the
through.
entire frame would have to be
Mhm.
cut as well.
How wide is the deck?
And there's stairs coming down from the deck, from the original porch to the deck.
Ms. Blondie was asking what the size of the deck. Are you able to describe the size of it?
9 by 12? Or 10 by 12? 10 by
Yeah,
9.
it shows that on the drawing.
9 by 12, it says.
And there's a step on, all right, 2 sides. The existing stairs that come off the covered porch come to the outside. That's why you can't
Yeah.
retract that and make the step there. Well, the only other possibility was if you go out to the far corner and cut into your deck there. And that way you can step off on the water side there. Follow me? If you look at that picture,
Mm-hmm,
this is the far side of the
Yep.
deck. If you took this last set of planks and went back 9 inches, dropped it, and you could just make a 4-foot wide step off here. And that way you wouldn't come beyond the existing line of the house.
but that step would just have to come out anyway.
Not the whole board, just the last 4 feet of it, follow? In other words, you make a step off here. You just
Yep.
cut back a section from this corner towards your steps here 4 feet long, or even 3 feet for that matter. And you could make your step in there. That way you could come off on the water side. Otherwise, the commission is saying remove this entire step on the
Right.
water side, and then the only option would be to come off the side.
Okay. yeah.
It's a suggestion. Any other questions?
Would you still need a variance for that?
Yes.
Well, yes, because the existing deck
It's in the-
still
well, in the
has to be
regulations.
approved for a
Len, are
building
you saying
permit.
you're saying to take off this complete step in the, towards the river?
Not the complete, she wouldn't have to take off the complete. Yes, this step that's
Yeah.
on there now would have to be completely
So-
eliminated. What I'm saying is, the outside corner, just cut in there, one tread length.
Right.
And that way she could have a step down on the water side without going past the existing
I see,
line of the
I
house.
see what you're
And the
saying.
applicant understands that too, and she
Yeah.
talked about how it would have to change the framing of the deck. Which is any other questions from the applicant?
See, change the framing and how,
Hmm?
so the deck is 9 feet,
It's not a house.
so they took out a plank, it'd be under 9 feet.
So, obviously, I know you didn't speak to it specifically, in the request for variances,
Doesn't make any sense.
there's 5 criteria that we'll have to consider for variances, and you spoke to them. I start from the back, talking about why literal enforcement of this provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship for you, where you generally have to describe what's special about your property. You know, why should it not have to comply with the zoning ordinance? Also speaking to, would the variance, let me say it straightly, granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. The spirit of the ordinance is observed, granting the variance would do substantial justice, and then speaking to property values. By adding these fixtures, the decks and the tent, do you believe it affects the surrounding property values?
I think it's an increase to the property values.
Do you believe it's substantial justice for you to, if we were to grant these variances?
Yes.
In what way?
It gives me the opportunity to improve my property. I mean, there's been no improvements up until the time that we moved in. We've done nothing but try to make it look better and appease better. We've actually got some grass growing in the front, and we're trying to make the back to be just as nice.
So, and then the last two kind of fit together, so we're talking about side yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, and the water service, wetland service, water conservation district. On the setbacks, why is it okay in your circumstance to be within those setbacks on the side? Is it,
Well, as far as the tent, I didn't realize that was in a violation of any kind of setback, because to me, it's a tent.
okay,
It's like if I was having somebody decide to camp out in the backyard, do we need a permit for that? It was the same kind of mentality thought on that. The other variance, is my entire house, on the other side, is within the 15-foot setback. So anything I do on that side of the house is there.
okay.
And my neighbor on that side of the house doesn't have a problem with it.
All right. Any last questions from the board?
How long have you lived there?
I've been there since August of '09.
Any other questions?
You said the tent's been there since when?
September '09. It was actually, I
September
have the, I
That
have,
was prior to the wastewater wetland setbacks by the state being, voted
I
in.
actually have the invoice when it was ordered.
To 100 feet, is that what you-
Yeah, 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 because that was only in the past couple of years. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Clinton. Is there any abutters that would like to speak on this application? I'll take the front row here. Are you together or separate? You can come one at a time or both at the same time if you wish.
Okay.
And we'll just need to know your name and your address, I guess.
My name is Janice Hobbs. I live at 123 Danish Park Road in Goffstown.
My name is Frank Hobbs. We are husband and wife. We live together, same address, for 45 years now.
Good evening.
We've been in Danish Park close to 50 years.
Ms. Hobbs,
first?
I'll let you go first, yeah.
Okay. My little notes here have to do with the criteria that they have to meet in order to get a variance. One thing I did want to clear up before I start on that is the shoreland permit by notification, that you have a copy of this
We
in
do.
your files. On it, it says the project is to add a platform to existing porch and to extend the porch 10 by 9, comes to 210 square feet. I spoke to Craig Day, who is of the Land Resources Management, the same person Linda Forsythe referred to that she spoke to. Craig had told me that this permit, the deck is not covered at all under this permit, because this is not an after-the-fact permit, and the deck platform would have to be, they would have to put in an after-the-fact permit. Even on the project to add and extend the porch by 10 by 9, that would not be covered because it is only good for things that are in compliance with setbacks. It is only good for that. In other words, in his opinion, this notification does not really cover anything. At the conservation meeting, Linda said that she had a shoreland permit for her deck and structures. That is not so. And his name is Craig Day, and he is at the number that is on the top there. And this is not a shoreland permit. So that is on that.
Can I ask just a clarification on that? So you're saying is because it was filled out after the deck was constructed?
Yes.
If it was filled out prior to it being constructed, it would have sufficed?
Yes, if she had put this in prior to constructing it. But he says where it was put up, she needs to do an after-the-fact application or permit, whatever it is. And that the only thing really put in for this is the existing, to extend the porch, and that cannot be done on this either. And that is because you can only do things that are in compliance with local zoning.
In the case, and so what you're saying is that because it's encroaching in the setback, that would be not in compliance with the local
Yes,
zoning?
that's according to Craig Day. That's on that.
Just a point
Oh,
of clarification,
Sure.
Mr. Chair, the shoreland permit is not required for this for the action tonight. We can work that stuff out after the variance.
Right. She had submitted it.
Okay.
That's why I went on that.
And could
Uh,
you just say, who is Craig Day?
Craig Day is with Land Resources Management, State of New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, and the Wetlands Bureau. And his telephone number is on top of her permit.
Okay.
Okay. Now we have something else that was submitted that I don't really understand, was an elevation certificate that expired February 28, 2009. And it was in the name of the previous owner, and it was revised in June 15th, 1979. I don't know why that was submitted, and I just had wondered about it, and it was in the previous owner's name.
Okay.
Also, too, I have on the application for variance, when they put in for it, the ZBA checklist, the applicant acknowledges that a hearing will not be scheduled unless the following items have been timely submitted. The item I'm looking at is the plot plan with accurate dimensions or survey. Now, the plot plan, I don't know if I have the same one that you do. Is
I
this
believe
one?
that is the same one. It appears to be.
Same one that has been submitted.
Mhm.
So, one thing I did, I could not read this, so I had to get a magnifying
It's
glass.
small, yes.
And see what the note said. I like the little details. I miss the whole picture sometimes, but I like the little details. On the notes that are, you have to have a magnifying glass. I do have one in my bag if anyone wants it. This has been done for the DES and no other purposes whatsoever. It is not completed. There is no signature on this. There is no certification. There are no setbacks, and there are no dimensions. You have a portable tent shed that's being used as a garage, and it did have a race car in it. And it has no dimensions. The other shed has no dimensions. There's no dimensions from setbacks on either side. My surveyor did talk to Mr. Dahlberg, who has not signed or certified this because it is not completed, or it was only done for the shoreline purposes. That was it.
Okay,
And that's on that. Okay, now to go on to the criteria they have to meet. Okay, granting the variance would be contrary to the public interest. The platform is built within the WSWC district, the 100-foot setback, 21 feet from the shoreline. It was built to extend beyond the house and does not meet with even the zoning rear yard 30-foot setback. It is among 7 or 8 other projects completed on the property that were done without any permit or regard for zoning ordinances and in utter defiance of shoreline protection. The green plastic portable tent, of which no dimensions are supplied, is used as a portable garage. And I do have photos of everything here that I will submit to you with a write-up. The deck platform exceeds the house footprint. Other violations encroaching without permit or compliance are a 1,000-gallon propane tank sits within about 8 feet of my property. According to the fire department, it's supposed to be 25 feet away. You will notice from some of those pictures, everything is pushed over to my boundary line to the left. Bank run and fill were brought onto the property. Before the green tent, portable tent, which I've seen used as a garage, was put in. Their friend, Mr. Buckland, came down with his green tractor, dumped some fill behind it along the fence to level it out. Other fill was brought into the property. An impervious, branched, and hazardous driveway was relocated and paved with no permit. Never noticed it. I saw where they had filled in, bank run. Never saw when it was paved because it was covered like with a moss and with pine needles and things. Never really even noticed it for a long time. They moved an existing brown shed over to accommodate the driveway, which forks in 2 directions, to the green garage and then another branch off to the steps. And they had cut down trees on the shoreline by where Mr. Buckland dug out a small beach for them and put some sand in. The pictures of it are in there, of when the sand was in. Then when the water came high, washed the sand out, you will be able to see the hole that was dug out. I also see here, there are 2 pictures that they submitted to you of the retaining wall. And the retaining wall, which is going down the river. This is a concrete retaining wall floating down the river. I don't know if anyone here has ever seen one of them float. It's more like, have you seen elephants fly? Retaining walls are concrete. They fall where they are. The picture Ms. Forsythe submitted was of the property next to hers, map 25, lot 33. It was their wall that crashed into the river. It has since been restored, And the new one actually shows on the waterfront pictures, and where it sticks out on the waterfront pictures that you have in your folders, and the one that Miss Forsythe submitted for her 8 feet of land that she lost. You'll notice it comes down from that retaining wall across her land. There was no 8 feet lost there. There was never a retaining wall there. I spoke to Adele Bradley yesterday, who sold the property to Linda Forsythe. They never had a retaining wall. I know there was never one there. Mrs. Bradley, her mother was a naturalist. She loved the shore. I don't have a retaining wall. I have a natural shoreline, both floods. I haven't lost any land. But I have seen retaining walls repeatedly fall in the river. 2006 flood, 2007 flood. Just this summer, beside me, upriver, had to throw boulders in behind the wall to hold it up, to keep it from falling in. And they constantly need this heavy equipment. These big excavators come down, disturbs the river all the time. Then you don't see any guppies for the next summer. No fish, no guppies. So that is, my thing is that I believe that they have an ulterior motive. They're trying to get grandfathered for a retaining wall by submitting a photo of another person's property. Map 25, lot 33, and the picture does say their retaining wall in the 2006 flood. Now,
Retaining wall has nothing to do with it.
So,
yeah, also though, you have to understand that Miss Forsythe didn't buy this property till 3 years later, till 2009.
so Ms. Hobbs, we're gonna try to stick to what the variances we're asking for in this case.
Okay. Okay. That was on the contrary to the public interest. Now we have the spirit of the ordinance is violated. She answers the question, and then I went on that. The platform does extend beyond the original porch from the Conservation Commission. And there's a photo that was submitted by Linda Forsythe in your file that shows it.
That's correct.
The green plastic garage encroaches on the abutter's property and is also in the 15-foot sideline requirement. It actually has a minus setback. No dimensions on anything per a preliminary info for DES only plot plan. I have my surveys that are in that packet
Okay,
that are 1997 CLD survey that was taken of the lots in there. It's a certified survey, it's signed, it's dated. I also have a copy of my plot plan when we built the house next door that shows the boundary line, that shows where the stockade fence is, and that shows from the pictures of the shed, the green shed is partially over on my property,
okay.
and they are submitted. I submitted these. Okay, back to spirit of the ordinance. Linda Forsythe states that the deck is a protection barrier between the house and the shoreline. Miss Forsythe has never been through one of our floods. She did not buy the property until August of 2009. It is all a detriment, the thing she has put in. When the river reclaims, it will tear up the shoreline, create a hazard to people downriver, along with the temporary portable tent that houses a car, motorcycles, etc., along with gas and oil. The last 2 weeks, a massive cleanup moved the car and motorcycle up to the Buckland Dome garage carport. Yard and lawn equipment were then moved into the portable tent. However, it did not happen early enough that one of the Goffstown Conservation members saw the car and the gas and oil there and commented on it. Renting would do no substantial justice. It impedes on the WSWC area and the abutters property. They ignored setbacks and any regulations. People who buy property in Danish Park Road in a flood control area expect the neighborhood to have restrictions and zoning rules to protect the river and its natural resources. Protection against expansion and growth, protection of their privacy, and to guard against encroachment. The public expects justice in that shoreland, building codes, and zoning laws are enforced and abided by. Her answer, number 4, the values of surrounding houses will be diminished because. Her answer is that it adds to the value of her property. We have encroachment on ours. We have a hazardous and dangerous driveway that they moved over, paved with impervious material, no permit. 1,000-gallon propane tank, 8 feet from our property line, supposed to be 25. A plastic garage, about 20 feet from the shore, no dimensions given. It houses loud decibel vehicles, a motor launcher for fireworks, an ATV. The car is like a race car. I don't know if it's a Dodge Challenger, and when you fire it up, it really, that plastic tent does not have any noise suppression. No permits or compliances for anything. In addition, we have a ploy to try to get a grandfathered retaining wall where none ever existed that would destroy our natural shoreline upriver. Their shoreline was violated by a dugout beach. They allowed Scott Buckland to dig on their shoreline.
Ms. Hobbs,
And
we're
the
not gonna
photos are there.
address that, yeah. The,
What about the
beach.
poor habitants downriver? They will have a deck, huge plastic portable tent, propane tank, chunked asphalt coming at them. Not to mention yard equipment, cars, ATVs, gas and oil. This is the reason we have building codes. Number 5. Excuse me. Enforcement would result in a hardship for others. They're saying they lost 8 feet of shoreland. This is wrong. The photo was submitted in 2006, and you don't know, you will never see concrete float. Linda submitted the neighbor's sunken concrete wall. That, the property that the concrete wall is on belongs to Lionel Charbonneau and Deb Skrupski. I'm skipping through, trying to go faster. The river constantly batters retaining walls, extension, and his claim is eroding the area behind it. It does interfere with river access. The river keeps getting narrower. The river repeatedly reclaims these retaining walls, thus the shoreline is disturbed again and again. Okay, the second part of number 5, proposed use is not reasonable. It does exceed lot lines, it intrudes on abutters and others, there are multiple violations. Even the info on the so-called plot plan is sketchy. Had to use a magnifying glass to see under notes. In number B, she says the reason it'd be a hardship, they can't enjoy their backyard. We're on a beautiful river. The river's unique. We have a changing, beautiful photo. Every day you go out there, you see a beautiful photo. Birds, ducks, eagle, wild turkey, fishing, swimming. Their backyard borders on this river. Their house 22 feet away. What is not to enjoy? Their multiple violations are excessive to others. Thank you.
Can you tell me when the propane tank was put in the location where you say it's 8 feet from your property line? Do you know when that was?
I really don't know when that went in.
So prior to her living there?
It's, my property is close, so that there's a fence
Understand.
there, and then there's an old existing garage on my property, and it's on the other side.
We'll hear from you, Ms. Forsythe, again.
Yeah, so really can't see in over there. I imagine it was maybe done when they put the bank run to level out the property.
Okay.
And when they moved the shed over, because then the driveway turned up paved, I don't know when that happened, because it was kind of covered with a moss and pine needles. And I just kind of noticed that lately, because they cleaned it up, and lo and behold, all the pine needles blew off, and whoa, there it is.
Okay, all right. Mr. Hobbs?
Yes, sir. My name is Frank Hobbs.
Please
I
sit,
think I already
please sit. You don't have to
introduced
sit.
myself. As far as that propane tank, to help answer your question, I believe myself that the tank was there prior to her buying the property.
Okay.
I don't believe that she put the tank there.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll try to be as quick as I can. I'm just trying to say some of the things that I said at the meeting this week with the environmental protection. One of my complaints is creating a precedent in this town for people that do things without permit, do what they want, expect no reprisal, and laugh at the fact that, what are they gonna do, make me take it down? And I quote, that's a quote from other abutters down there. What are they gonna do, make me take it down? I think they should be made to take it down. Them, myself, or anybody. If Ms. Forsythe side gets permits for anything through the normal building chain, I have no qualms, and I won't go against anything that the town approves within, anyway.
You certain that no permits were received from the activities that were saying permits were required?
If she goes to the building inspector and goes through the process of getting a building permit, and then if a variance is required, get the variance, you don't just go build it and then say, what are they gonna do, make me take it
Right, I
down?
understand. So you know for a fact that permits have not been obtained for things that have been done in the past?
Yes, I do.
All right,
I have a list of 7.
okay.
There's been a lot of fill hauled into that lot, and I have some pictures.
We're gonna try focus on the variances that have been requested.
Okay,
Variances are, again, it's encroaching within the side and rear yard setback and building within the Wetland Surface Water Conservation District.
okay, can I go to the deck?
Okay?
That's it,
That's,
question?
yep, that's one of the applications.
This deck, if you look at the picture that Ms. Forsythe presented to you, I have 2 pictures of it here, and she's claiming that this is a pervious deck, and she's gonna do the other side the same way. This is definitely an impervious deck. If you look at the river side of it, you can see where they've even put a vapor barrier between the pressure-treated deck and the stringers. Look between those boards and the stringers. You're gonna see a polyethylene plastic. That's a vapor barrier. That makes it impervious,
Are you able to tell me which picture that is? Can you show it to me?
right here.
That picture.
This is her picture.
Same as that picture?
Yes, sir.
And so you're saying, what is the?
Do you see the
vapor?
plastic? You can see an inch or 2 that hangs beneath, in between the stringer and the deck boards.
And that's not a cable of any sort?
No, that's not a cable. That is plastic, and you can see it going the whole distance, and you can see it on the other end of the deck with this picture.
I can't see what picture, could you show that? Okay.
And this picture is important also because it shows there is no spacing between the boards. This is, this deck is the surface. I presume I'm 90% positive it's pressure-treated lumber. I have never been over there.
Okay?
Pressure-treated lumber does not come square. It comes with rounded edges on all four sides. That's what we're seeing here. We're seeing the rounded edges where the boards are butted together tightly. There is no space in between these boards, and there's actually a vapor barrier between the boards and the stringers.
Okay?
So I'm saying that it is an impervious surface, which she has led everybody to believe that it is pervious.
Okay?
And she has stated that there are spaces there aren't. I would recommend that they take that completely out. I am totally against anything without permit. Okay, that settles the deck. Okay, the garage. The garage is an impervious surface that houses a race car, a motorcycle, ATVs, and it's used not, I have never seen any, she says grass don't grow, but they have a lawnmower. She says she houses a lawnmower in there, but I've never seen a lawnmower there. There is electric in that garage. There is electric that goes into the water from that garage. Lost my picture.
So you're saying that garage has been provided electric service?
Okay, here's my picture of the electric that goes into the water, submitted by, I believe, her. See that?
So what's your point on that then?
That was done without permit too. We're talking about the garage. It's got electricity in there. It's got race cars in
So
there.
you're saying it's not permanent? You're saying it is a permanent
Is it an
structure?
extension? Extension?
I don't know what it is. There's an electric light bulb, and I know there's electricity in there. There was a compressor running in there today
It could be
for,
solar, though.
I think it malfunctioned and it ran for an hour to two until it either.
The point you're trying to make is that they're saying it's a temporary shed, when in fact it's a permanent shed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think she's actually trying to make that claim, that it's also a permanent
Okay.
facility.
I wanna beat a horse to death, but you don't want to talk about anything else. You don't want to talk about any of the other discrepancies as far as driveways and,
That's not what this board is for at this point.
okay. Thank you for your attention.
Any questions for Mr. and Mrs. Hobbs? Len?
Clarification on one point, where you said that they'd added impervious surface to the driveway. Do you know roughly when, obviously with heavy equipment going in and out of there to do paving, has this been done since Forsyth owned the property?
Oh, yes,
or
definitely.
April 2010 was when they did the bank run, when they had the big trucks come in. He has pictures of them.
Okay, but to your knowledge, was the driveway on that property just graded dirt prior to that?
Not
Impervious
in the
surface, or
present,
was it-
not in the present position. It's been expanded upon tremendously. It used to be just a straight-in driveway. You could park 2 or 4 cars if you wanted to go wide, because it wasn't really defined. It was just dirt, and it was soft. They dug out the soft stuff, they put in crushed bank run, and I asked her brother the day they were dumping in the 10-wheeler loads of bank run, I said, "What are you doing, putting in a driveway?" Just conversation.
Kevin,
And he says, "No, we're just leveling the property."
Yeah, this is,
Lo and behold, a couple of months later, after it settled, we noticed asphalt was in there. Everybody's gone and
And
half.
one other follow-up question on that, there's a shed that shows on this drawing as connecting to the driveway. Is that in the same position it was, or you indicated you believe it had been moved?
Yes. It's
This
not-
is where the driveway used to be. They
Okay.
blocked it with the log.
So the driveway is not actually one of the things we're addressing tonight, so.
Could I ask the planner, have you been down there?
I have not.
Okay, I have. Have you been down there?
yes.
Okay, has anybody else been? Okay.
So any other questions for Mr. and Mrs. Hobbs?
Yeah, I do. So, I'm not quite sure which one of you made the statement, but are you saying that Linda Forsythe's property did not lose 8 feet of land?
No, it did not.
Okay, do you know how much land you felt it lost?
I don't think it lost any.
Okay, okay.
Zero.
Number 2, if I'm not mistaken, from being here the last time around,
Exactly.
there's an issue about the land boundary, which I think you referenced.
There's no issue
There-
with that boundary. We have a certified survey.
Okay. However, there's a dispute about that boundary. If
Not that one.
No,
No,
Nothing.
not that one that you're talking about, that's
Nothing.
next to
You're
you.
talking about the other side, and that's Buckland.
Okay. And as far as the noise is concerned, do you hear noise after 10 o'clock at night coming from that tent?
I can answer that. The noise that I've heard was the fireworks. When they launched the fireworks, they.
No, I'm talking about the tent. I'm talking about
Oh,
anything in the tent.
Because it's right
Specific to the
outside the
tent.
tent. The only time, he pulls the car out, usually a little bit, gets the nose out, and then starts it up. Or the Harley, like if he hasn't run it for a while, starts it up and lets them run for a while.
But
If they-
is this like before 7 or after 10 at night?
It can be different times. I hear him going up and down, but I don't think that really bothers me. It's only when he revs it up.
Yeah, I know,
You know,
you mentioned the
when-
noise and the car and everything. So
I don't think.
those are my questions that I had. Thank you very
To answer your
much.
question, I'd like to
Thank you.
answer it also.
Oh, okay,
with
sure.
together.
Go ahead.
I would say no, that after 10 o'clock and
Before 7? No?
before 7, no.
Okay.
They don't start the engines and rev them up and stuff. At least I haven't heard them.
Okay, any other board
I
questions?
have a question.
Vivian?
On this picture here, is this your shed or is it her shed that's on the property line?
Which, can you show?
I think
yeah.
that's our garage, the existing garage.
The shed that's on the property line and half partly on
Which
her
one?
line, this property?
Yeah.
This is our property here, that's our shed.
Okay, and this is part of
This
her
is,
property?
No.
this is not true. This placement of the,
This is the property line right here,
yes,
and your shed or garage is encroaching on
it
their
goes
property
right up
line.
and touches the fence.
It's right up to it, but it doesn't go.
According to this surveyed plan, your garage is encroaching on her property line.
Yeah, that's not, but it's not a surveyed plan.
It's stamped by a surveyor.
No, there's no
Yeah.
certification, no nothing.
It's stamped right here by Mike Dahlberg.
Yeah.
who
I
is a
had my
surveyor.
surveyor call him up to see what was going on with that plan. because-
Regardless, he did stamp this plan, and your garage is encroaching on her property line, according to the surveyed plan.
Why isn't it signed?
But that's the,
Signed by
on
Don.
the
Answer
notes, that plan, it's not accurate. It is for DES shoreline purposes only, no other purposes whatsoever.
Can you tell me where that is written on this diagram? Because I couldn't find
It's
it.
in
On
land.
the little one,
Can you tell me it's in the first one?
the
first
one,
note?
Note
Ms.
one.
Forsythe handed in,
Note 1.
is
To show
that on
information.
the notes?
Dahlberg Land
last
Services.
I don't see the word only in there, so that's why it threw me off,
Oh,
right?
doesn't
So,
We have a magnifying glass.
Well, this is from a
It's under the note
surveyor.
section. It does say
Land
no other
surveyor.
purpose.
Regardless of what the plan is
Regardless
for,
of
it's
what-
still
yeah.
a surveyed plan.
Yeah.
It doesn't make the information less accurate.
Regardless,
less
I just was
Right.
wondering whose property it was and who was encroaching on.
I have a question for you, Mr.
we got it,
Hobbs.
we got it, thank you.
I have a question for
So,
you.
is
oh,
that
I'm
still-
sorry.
Is that still going? Now, my next comment is, I was there, and I did see the deck, but I did see some stones in the river. It was like a wall. I'm not sure what it was, but there was stones, and I forget who was with me, one of my family members, and I said, well, look at how far the retaining wall went, because there was some stones there. Now, did it look this nice in the picture? I don't know, but I know I did see stones, and I know I did see a tree. All right, so I don't know where you say there has no retaining wall that did fall. If it was there previously and was always there for years and years and years, fine, but there was some stones there.
I don't know about the stones that you're
So
referring
we'll
to.
make that, we'll just make that a point for the
Okay,
record.
that's all I
It's
wanted
not
to-
part-
I
arguing
just
about
want to
that.
make it a point.
I have a question.
These
Did you,
stones,
hang on. No, we're not gonna talk about the stones tonight, so, any other questions, Vivian? Or turn the,
No, not right now.
okay. Kathy?
When did, and this is relevant to the shed, and we're talking two sheds here. We have the Forsyth shed, we have the Hobbs shed.
We have a garage on our property.
When was that shed? When was your,
1953, Mr. and Mrs. Hinault.
put that, have
Built
that
the
shed
pro-
there?
yep, they
Okay.
built a house
And that's
and
why
a
that's
garage.
next to the property line?
Yes,
Because there
it's
was
always
no
been there.
ordinances in at that time?
Right.
Correct,
Yep,
okay.
It's always been there.
Okay.
It's not next to the property.
It's on it. It's over it.
Okay. Thank you,
According
Mr.
to
and
this
Mrs. Hobbs.
particular
Thank you.
survey.
Any other abutters that would like to speak on, especially information that we haven't heard tonight? That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I have lived there for 33
Please,
years. I have, okay?
Did you not hear what I said at the beginning? You're back there not listening to me. Oh,
Debbie Skorupski, Deborah Skorupski.
can you spell that last name?
Skorupski.
Wait a minute, do that again.
Skorupski.
Got it.
Good evening.
I've lived down there since November 2nd of 1979.
Could you state your address too, please?
135 Danis Park Road. I'm a butter on the other side.
Right.
Okay,
There's never been anything done to the property. The lady that lived there was a nature person, and that's fine, whatever. I put a fence there. That fence is mine. That's right next to Linda's house. But I don't have a problem with anything that they do because they've done nothing but good to their property since, I put the fence there because the lady wouldn't do anything. And I was sick of picking up her leaves and dealing with her stuff. And, that was my own deal years ago.
right.
But, the property, the deck that she's talking is gonna be right next to my fence,
Right.
and you know what? I have no problem with it whatsoever. I
Okay.
just wanna let you know that.
And the potential impact with the
Yeah,
building, the
And it's all
weather
sand there,
surface.
it's, you gotta have somewhere to set your stuff.
Okay.
There, it's what it is, it's been there, I've been there a long time, We've done what we could to keep our property intact, and they've done nothing but good to their property.
Okay,
And that's all I have to say.
any questions? All right. No, sir, we'll get back to you if we get back to you, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Any other abutters that wish to speak on this application, either for or against? All right, Ms. Forsyth, would you like to come up and address a couple of these items? Maybe, and I think both Mr. Hobbs and I have a hard time saying your name, and I think it's because we throw the miss in front and it's too many S's in there.
Like
It's-
Forsyth. It's like
Yeah.
Forsyth. Forsyth.
Let's see, where to start?
So talk about the shed and the location of it and,
The
maybe its
location
permanence,
is too close to their property line, yes. That was not done intentionally, but I thought we were in our rights to do that because it's a tent.
What, how far away from the property line is the tent?
It's probably 6 feet from the fence,
6 feet from the fence, which is the same as 6 feet from the property line?
pretty close, yeah,
How far away from the well is it?
about 10 feet.
The,
Mr. Chair, based on this drawing, it would appear that the shed is more like 2 or 3
yeah, it looks
feet
pretty close. doesn't
from
it?
the property
Yeah.
line.
The brown shed, the original shed that was there when I purchased the property, has never been moved. It is on cement footings, and if you try to move that, it's gonna collapse.
So tell me, what would you do if you didn't have this portable tent shed?
I'd have my lawn furniture and my lawn equipment, and covered with a tarp, sitting in the middle of the yard.
Okay. Tell me about the deck. So it seems that the representation, or at least the Conservation Commission understands that it's I'm gonna say pervious, I don't know if that's the right word, but it actually allows water to penetrate
Yes.
to the
There are
ground.
spaces between it. They are not tight together. It's like anybody in their right mind knows better than to put it right together because they expand and contract.
Vapor barrier.
There's not a vapor barrier there. That is a weed barrier. That's not plastic. That's that fiber stuff to keep the weeds from growing up underneath it.
Okay.
That's all that is. It's not plastic by any stretch of the imagination.
Board, any other questions to clarify the discussion? Anything else that we missed in coming back up?
As far as the propane tank, it's a 500-gallon tank, and it was put there after the floods when it rolled down river and was spewing its stuff. It is on a concrete slab that had to be put in '07, and it is cabled to the concrete slab. Other than that, I have no recollection, no information on it other than that.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you.
One more thing.
Oh, she had one more?
Okay. The so-called race car is a classic Dodge Duster, Plymouth Duster. It was in that tent for 1 week before it went to show, and it has been since put in the garage across the street at Buckland's.
Okay, but the primary purpose of this tent shed is what?
The lawn furniture and all the lawn stuff that, the summer stuff goes in there for the winter. Summertime, my motorcycle, my brother's motorcycle sit in there. No work is done in there. The power that's running to it is an extension cord that goes to a drop light. That's it. There's no compressor in there running. That's it. There's no permanent electricity running to the tent.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I learned to drive on a 1973 Plymouth Duster.
Oh.
I took one on my honeymoon.
Stick shift, I imagine, right?
No, it was an automatic.
I took a yellow and black one on my honeymoon.
So did we miss anybody that
Nice
wanted to
cars.
speak before we close the public hearing?
Fine.
All right, anyone here need to hear from anyone? Any of the Conservation Commission? Any other body, any person before we close the public hearing? Okay, with that, we're closing the public hearing, and we can decide on this application right now. Any motions, discussion?
We have to find out, does any of us are able to vote or none of us?
So the people who are voting would be the standard members, Joanne, Gail,
Okay, so-
myself, Ed, and Kathy.
So we
But everybody else can be part of the discussion up until we make a vote.
I think that last question that you asked regarding what you would do if the tent wasn't there, the answer was pretty obvious. It's not, I didn't think of it, but yeah, I mean, you gotta cover your things. I think a standing structure looks nicer than a blue tarp, which I deal with too often. That's my opinion on the tent. I mean, you have to cover your things.
Okay,
As far as, I mean, it does sound like, there's about 10 feet from the shed, the tent, to the water well. There's some room there to move it away from the line. If that's a requirement that we were gonna have, but, I mean, so my opinion on the shed.
okay. Any other discussion, comments?
Well, I believe we got sideswiped a little bit. I mean, we went for the tent, and we went for the porch, and we got into a real big, all other issues. And I feel that if we would have kept exactly on just this issue, what we came for, it would have been a lot less complicated.
So you can blame me. I like to hear the public, because it's people like to make sure their voice is heard.
I agree.
We try to balance allowing people's voices to be heard with expediency.
I'll remember that one.
Yep.
I will remember that one.
Said that all along.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I liked Ed's suggestion actually about the side that faces, that goes on the deck, the side that goes down towards the river, of cutting out that step and cutting it back a little bit and making the step so that it's flush with the house. I'd actually take it a little bit further and say just cut out that whole thing and even put rails up if it's too high to step off, because there's a corner right there, and all you can do is step off on this side, and you can still go right to,
And make a corner step down.
right.
So you're saying don't prescribe a step, but just say that they cannot have the step down
Yeah.
towards the water on that side.
Yeah.
Right.
But, I mean, I was thinking about that too, but is it like 1.5 feet, it looks like, from the picture? And it's a low profile deck. I mean, it seems like a lot of work to lop off that step to gain.
No, I wouldn't even go there, because she did all this without a permit, so whether it has to be locked off or not, it was
Right.
done without a permit. I prefer to, accept the Conservations Commission. They know a lot more about this stuff than we do, and I prefer to take their recommendation.
That was
There-
the recommendation.
Their other recommendation was not to allow the applicant to finish the decking on the other side of the porch. It hasn't been started, but not to allow them to do it.
But that's
Well-
because it was a different material when it was
Yeah.
presented to them.
Well, I feel like, I agree that it was done without permit, but, I mean, it's there now. Right, I'm not saying it's there now, so a
We
lot,
have to, we go as if it's not there. That's the basis.
right.
What would we
So
do if
if
it was
it-
not there?
If it's not there, would we have had a discussion around a step? Or we would have,
If for me, yes. If the Conservation Commission said that they recommended against it, yes.
okay, and so the reason why they recommended taking that step off is because it would bring it right in line with where the existing deck extends to.
And also because they don't want to have any more impervious surface and having the water that go drain towards the river.
Okay,
It appears they try to balance it as well. They look at that as a boundary, a reasonable boundary, I guess.
since it's
Now
already
you-
existing,
Now you're starting to step beyond that boundary, and now you have to create a new boundary.
okay, I understand that. But I mean, I still stand that it's a very low profile structure, and it's sort of, it's not, I don't know, it's not overwhelming that extra foot and a half of space, so.
I think what you're trying to say is whether they came before they got the permit or because they've come after the permit made no difference to you as to whether that step would be there. I
Exactly.
think that's what you're saying. You would still say, even if they came before they got the permit, that you would say the step would be okay.
Right, because, I mean, if you think about the usable area that they're gonna have on the top of the deck platform, think of that as going right to the line where the current deck ends. The step could be cinder blocks. If there wasn't a step there, they could just put cinder blocks there. It's not a fixed structure, but it's a step down. That's my opinion. It's not, gonna be, there's nothing that's gonna be erected on top of it.
Does anybody here know what the dimensions are for a structure to be built within a well radius? What it is?
Typically, the well radius is only an issue if it goes onto someone else's property, and then you might get a waiver from the property owner that would be impacting your well, or that you might impact their well.
Actually, I think it's 10 feet, because I went through that when I built my house not too long ago.
And I think the issue is the septic, how close it is to the septic.
Septic,
It's 75
not the well?
feet.
Well,
The well.
would
to
think
the
the
septic.
well would be
I think
more
there's
important
something
than
to the well,
septic,
too. You
wouldn't
can't
well?
build a house right next to it.
Yeah, because when I
That's
built
right.
my house back in June, and that was one of the
Who cares
questions,
what you build over septic?
was within a radius of like 10 feet or something, I believe. I think 10 and a half feet.
And it didn't come up here, but, okay. Any other discussion?
I have a bit of an issue with the impervious nature of the deck in its current state. It may look impervious, if in fact that is just weed barrier that is pervious. And unless the deck is built out of Trex, which we have not been told it was, that it's pressure-treated lumber. Pressure-treated lumber shrinks. That's a fact. I've built enough decks in my time out of pressure-treated lumber. And most builders will tell you, when you build a brand-new deck out of pressure-treated, you butt the boards right next to each other, because within a year, there's gonna be a 1/4-inch space. And I don't believe their impervious argument, or non-impervious argument, holds water.
So you think it will allow water to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The people who built my deck did not do that. So I get some nice fat gaps in between each board.
rest
I
my
think
case.
what you had
So you're
suggested
saying that
there,
the porch will eventually have gaps between it for the water to run through?
There'll be daylight coming through within a year.
what you had suggested about them removing a plank or some,
That's to accommodate a step
That step.
down on the water side. Now, what conservation said was remove that entire
Right.
step
But
on the
you-
water side. What I'm saying is, I agree. If they want to maintain the house line,
Right.
remove that and set the step back into the existing deck, which is not difficult to do.
But
It's not difficult to
it
do.
would be more cost-effective than to have to purchase a
Or
fence.
make a corner step.
Or you could make a
Corner
Or
corner
you can make a
step,
corner step.
but yeah, either one. I mean, you could angle the corner so you have a step off on the water side, as long as you don't exceed the existing front line.
Correct, okay.
So I'm gonna make a motion to, we can discuss off of that. So you're gonna have to hang with me on this one. It's gonna be complicated. Let's start with the easy one. I am going to deny the variance for the allowance for the temporary tent shed, because it would be contrary to the public interest in its current location. It does not do substantial justice. And it, I think that's sufficient for that. I'm going to,
Are we gonna do one or two?
Do you want to state why it doesn't, for those, it might be
Are we gonna take each
prudent.
one separately?
I'm gonna try and make them all one, but it's not gonna be one running sentence. So you're gonna you're asking me why is it contrary to the public interest and spirit of the ordinance? Other than, it encroaches too far into the property line. There are alternate locations that this could be done, or this use could be done. And it was put in that location without consideration, I would say, with the property line. It does not do substantial justice because similarly, there are alternate sizes, alternate locations to accommodate the same purpose. And, allowing the permanence of a temporary shed kind of just defeats the purpose of that temporary shed. It's not what we want to do. Is that a little bit better?
I'll second that.
So I'm gonna go on, and
Oh,
you can,
okay.
you can do that.
Okay.
But for the spirit of the
So-
overall
You're gonna second that one, or do you wanna just continue and then
I'm gonna
second them all
continue,
altogether?
if you could just do it all at the same time.
Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna like
Yeah,
the second
that's
part of it, so.
I'm trying to get them all done at the same time here, right? So, the regards to the decks, so they were, only the one was within the 15-foot side yard setback, and that's the proposed addition that has not been built yet, correct?
Right.
The one that's been built is not a side yard setback issue.
No.
So I'm going to, I'm gonna, for that deck that has yet to be
See, now,
built.
excuse me, but I have a little issue with this because I may like part of your motion, one being, let's say I like the tent, but I don't like the extension, and I don't like the changing of the deck. So how if I like 2 out of 3, do I vote on the motion?
So how about I make them, and then you can second whatever portion you want. I'll make them as separate motions then.
Yeah, separate
It may,
motions.
it
I
may,
think
it
separate
may work
motions.
easier just to do separate motions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll
I'm
take
just
one
trying
at
to
a
lay a
time.
line in the sand so people can make a decision.
I have a little, that's where I'm confused.
Okay.
So
That's why
why
I
don't we
haven't,
just vote on the first one and then move along?
yeah.
Okay. Yep. It just allows discussion of the others, because somebody might want to vote on one way and not on the other, and if we deny one, we might, there might be- So, all right, so we have a first for the motion.
I make a motion,
You're making a
Second.
I
second.
make a second on your
Okay.
motion.
So again, the motion was to deny the variance for the tent shed.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? If they were to go into the building department and say that they want to move the shed, is that something that they would be allowed to do?
If they put it in a location that meets setbacks, however,
Okay.
as we've heard tonight, no location on this site meets setbacks.
Yeah, so
They would be required
You'd have to come
variance
back for
Move
another.
it to any location on
So
the site.
mine was the side yard setback. And so why it's complicated is that this whole thing overlays the water service, the Wetland Service Water Conservation District. So do I need to deny that variance too regarding the shed? So there's like 5 variances going on here, right? So I was trying to make one story, and so
I'd like to discuss
this one.
this one.
Okay.
So I don't feel that there's an appropriate alternative location to this portable shed, unless you move it closer to the river, closer to the well, or closer to the road, which I don't think any of them are appropriate locations. And I think as far as it being close to the lot line, as I stated before, the abutter's garage is over the lot line. So I don't see where there's an issue as to having it a few feet away from the lot line, especially taking into consideration the fact that it is temporary in nature. And there's no footings or anything with this. So I would encourage you all to vote no on this motion.
I'd like to just follow up on that. I don't think I was looking for the picture. It looked like from another picture that there's a fence right behind that, that runs between the Hobbs's property and the Forsyth property.
Yes, there's a
So,
picture that shows
and it
that.
didn't look like the temporary shed went very high above that fence. So I would actually, I'm in agreement with Joanne that I don't feel like, given the nature of that area, that it's not really imposing anything on the neighbors any more than the fence already does.
And also, my concern is that when they put away their equipment, lawn furniture, lawnmower, whatever, and, I mean, it's going to be an eyesore. It's going to definitely be an eyesore. This tent may be not what people would like, but that's all they could afford. But to have all your furniture out there and have a tarp over it, and then the wind blow it out into the river, and then the chairs go here, and the table goes there, and, I mean, you have they're only trying to make it, I think their property look neater. I don't know, that's my opinion, I wouldn't,
Yeah, I feel like, everybody in that area has so much to work with, and if you want to protect your items and not have a permanent structure, that's always going to be, imposing on the lot lines. Next best is to protect your property and your items with a temporary structure.
just about every applicant we've heard on that 3 national parks doesn't have the room, and it has to do what they can to make their property, look good. And I think we've really recognized on these 3 parks that that's the case. They're doing the best they can, and like Joanne says, there's nowhere else to move this tent, unfortunately, this shed. Unfortunately, there's nowhere else to move it. If there was, I would be the first one to say, move it closer to the house or whatever.
Yeah.
You said that they have to do what they can to make their property look good, and I guess I kind of agree that having lawn furniture strewn about isn't necessarily a good thing, but these are all small lots, and they all know that when they buy it. And there comes a point when you start putting in too many structures, you start covering the ground too much with things, and there's a point when, maybe it has to stop.
She's not covering, I don't even think they're covering 50% of their property with buildings. And I mean,
My concern here too is, are you creating a precedent? I'm wondering, was a building permit pulled for this? Because I remember exploring these tent sheds for my own driveway at one point, and I believe it's required to pull a building permit for a temporary structure. Brian can certainly clarify that if I'm incorrect.
Depending on the size of the structure, a building permit may be required. If it's over 200 square feet, then it would be required. But in the case of this one, because it encroached upon the setbacks, it didn't matter. It needed to come through an approval with the board. I don't recall what the size of that tent shed is, if it meets the 200 or greater.
I mean, it seems to me we're almost creating a permanent site for what's supposed to be a temporary structure.
And that's the point I made in my substantial justice. We're permanentizing a temporary structure.
I think the nutshell, to break this down, real simple, is that allowing them to keep that, is that causing anybody any other problems? And evidently, their next door neighbor does have a problem with it. So it's a balance of, should they get it because they need it, or should they be denied it because it's bothering their neighbor for whatever reason? In a nutshell, I think any further discussion is pretty much gonna be just a waste of time.
We've taken it.
Obviously, they need it, but is their need greater than their next door neighbor's, desire to have not an eyesore or encroachment?
Can we review the problems that they had with the shed? I remember there was a concern about electricity and about it storing a vehicle.
But we don't know that it has electricity.
Right.
That could have been a solar light.
Right, so we covered that it's, it could be, the picture,
Nice.
it looked like a solar light, but then I heard an extension cord is probably,
So what the applicant asked for was its use, and that's why he asked, what do you use it for, your primary use? They looked at, we built this to use it for such.
So my question now is that if you deny this, there is no way that they can go get a building permit and ask for a hearing on a variance, because it's already been denied. But if it's approved with the condition that they have to go to the building department for a building permit to have the shed there, then do they still have to go to us for a variance? But if the variance is approved on the condition that they have to go get a building permit, does that cover it?
They're asking for a variance now to allow it to stay, so we could approve the variance with the condition that they obtain a building permit
That's
and
right.
make it totally legal.
No, I believe that if they were to find a different location, where there was impact in the setbacks or not, they would still could be able to come back, but it would have to be a substantial difference. And we're not permanentizing that it's no good, so, all right, so I drew a line in the sand, and we've made made a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion. Further discussion before we vote on this denial of the variance?
So my question, I have a question, they have to tear down this shed?
Yes.
If
That's-
if the vote.
if it's denied.
If the vote goes with this applicant, if the vote is to deny.
And no matter where they moved that shed to, if we were to deny the shed being there, they would still be in the wastewater
That's correct.
district, and that was Collis's concern, was because it was impervious, that they didn't want it there because of drainage issues. But no matter where they put it on there, those would still be the same issues.
That's correct.
You'd have to put the pervious,
So it's the setback issue that is the major issue here,
That's right.
because it's kind of a moot point as far as the wetland issues are concerned.
And what happens is with these smaller lots down by the river, they have to come in order to do anything. And like Vivian said, there's no room on these lots. If they wanted to put up a garage, if they, decided to build a garage, you're running into the same issue.
Yep.
So they are doing what they can do on these limited lots. If the town doesn't want people to do this, then they should go down there and buy all of their properties, because it's ridiculous.
and we had another case similar to this, right? And
To allow the garage to be built onto the house. We just made them turn the driveway.
that's right.
In this
Difference in applications, different applications.
Right, different application. The fact that it's a tent and doesn't have a concrete floor, does that still make it impervious?
It's got the roof.
Yeah.
The
It's
roof.
saying that it sheds water one side or the other.
I would like to just follow up on Dan's comment about the abutters, and I'm in 100% agreement that, personally, if I went to dispute something, I would definitely want my opinion as an abutter to be listened to. But I'm trying to remember everything that was said by the Hobbs, and I really don't remember anything that was an objection to the structure's site. I acknowledge that they said it was close to the lot line, but in my opinion, from what I saw, it's not much taller than the fence that's there. So I don't know where what line they're protecting if there's a fence already there that's sort of separating the two properties. So that's just my opinion.
If the abutters didn't have an objection, I would say fine myself. If it's within the, even if it's not within the setback, I would say fine. If nobody's got an objection, because it is a small lot, it wouldn't be a bad thing to allow it to remain. But there is an abutter, and I've gone through this with my neighbors. And there is an abutter that has an objection to it, so therein lies the problem. Do we allow it because they need it, or disallow it because the abutter is standing on their rights that it should be further back?
Okay.
So it's a simple question.
I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to anyway. This abutter seems to have an issue with every single thing that these people have done on this property.
Duly noted.
This is my first experience, but I think that was obvious.
Okay, so any other comment before we vote on this denial of the variance regarding the temporary shed? All right, so we have a first and a second to deny. All those in favor of denial, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh,
Aye.
what am I saying? No.
I understand. Aye.
I take that back.
Aye.
So as a roll, that's Gail and myself. No? Who says no?
Nay.
No.
No.
Okay. So that denial is denied. So the
That
vote
double
doesn't,
D.
yeah,
That
so
double D.
there is no motion on the floor then? Any other motions?
You did a motion.
I make a motion to do what Ed said, deny the step.
How about, let's
Oh, the
go one
shed.
at a time. Let's do
Oh,
the
so
shed.
we're gonna
then,
make
right?
a
So-
motion on the
Working on the
shed.
shed.
Okay, wait, before we go further, when you make a motion to deny and it's
Defeated?
defeated,
Mhm.
someone then has to make a motion
To
to
approve.
approve.
Approve, absolutely.
So before you move on to the porch,
That's what we just said.
oh, I'm sorry. I've had a long week. It's only Tuesday.
You make the motion.
But I thought you were talking about the porch.
No.
She
is
did.
what
We
Ed
made her
said.
come
Started
back.
to,
We
but
made her
come
come
back,
back.
come back and
Never,
all.
never mind, go ahead.
She wants you to make the motion.
No, I'm not, I didn't say.
Oh, I thought you were going to.
No, not on,
Okay,
not on the
I'll
shed.
make a motion to approve the existing the variance for the existing portable tent shed as requested.
Can you add on that variance to, that the approval is also, because it's within the Wetland Surface Water Conservation District?
Yes, and also that it will require the building permit from the building department.
Okay, so you're adding that, that condition
variance
to the
is-
approval to the
That it be
variance?
Yes.
approved.
Yes.
Okay,
That they get.
so how about the Wetland Surface Water Conservation, because it's being built within the Wetland Surface Water Conservation District, to approve that, it's a variance required for that too, right, Brian? I mean, that's a variance to or the allowance, or what are we doing with the?
There's three variances needed for the portable tent shed. One from the side yard setback,
Mhm.
one from the rear yard setback, because it's too close to the rear yard property line, and then one from the Wetland Surface Water Conservation District. So that impacts three regulations in our ordinance.
Okay. So we can do that all as one?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I prefer.
So I'll make that motion with the condition that they obtain a building permit from the building department.
Okay.
Just,
And your motion includes all three variances.
Do you have a comment? Is that good?
I was just gonna mention, I think in estimating the size of this, a building permit most likely would not be required by the building department,
Because it's smaller than the
because it's
200.
smaller than the 200.
Okay.
I-
If-
Can you
just
have it
say
to be
if
investigated?
required.
To be
If re-
investigated?
if required.
You can say if required, then
If
Yeah.
required, yeah.
that would be best. That way
Okay.
we can,
If
if we can scale it or whatever we need to do to determine if it meets that 200-foot rule, then
Okay.
we require it.
Right.
So a motion is on the floor to approve the three variances regarding the tent temporary tent shed, the side yard, the rear yard, and then it's in the WSWC district, with the condition to obtain a building permit if required. Any seconds to that?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'm the seconder tonight.
Okay, all those in favor of that motion to approve, say aye.
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 So that's Kathy, Ed, Joanne, Gail?
No.
No. Passes 3-2. Okay? How about the decks, right? So, I'm gonna do the easy one first unless we wanna lump them together. So I'll do the existing deck. I'm going to, I guess, approve the variance that it is within, that is allowed to be within the Wetland Service Water Conservation District, with the condition that it does not protrude beyond the existing building footprint towards the water, and that the conditions as presented to the Conservation Commission exist, that it's a pervious surface, if that's the right word, pervious surface?
Permeable.
Was that permeable surface? There we go, permeable surface, and it stays that way.
I'll second.
So they, can I
Sure.
ask a question? So they would have to, by that motion, they would have to remove that lower step,
Yes.
and then how would they get down to the ground?
So either they could do, they put up a rail or whatever's required to prevent fall if one is required on that side,
The
or they,
side step is within the house,
So it's just the front?
the front.
just the water side step that would have to be removed.
Okay.
Does that include the extension?
No.
So would you
That's a
like me to
third
include, that's a
variance.
separate variance, I was
That's a
gonna address
Okay,
separately.
I just didn't know how we're gonna handle that.
So you wouldn't entertain what Ed Lupi was saying they could do?
They can do that if they wish,
Okay.
but I'm just saying that the deck
It's gotta
cannot
meet the
extend
requirement.
past
For your,
the building.
go there.
What's that?
I don't know if I was gonna charge them for my input.
So they can do whatever they wish, or whatever's
As long as they
required.
don't go beyond the
Go beyond.
existing house line, which is the existing.
And I'm gonna
covered
say, because I need to say why, right? I need to deny it because,
porch.
You're
You're
approving.
approving it.
oh, I'm
So
approving
you
it.
don't have to say why.
They're all set.
I just want to say,
You said the Conservation Commission, you find it that
With the
conditions.
Conservation Commission's recommendation that the water side
Yeah.
step be removed.
Right.
Thank you for keeping me straight.
I know I was an
Well, that's what
advocate
I'm
of
here
that.
for.
I was an advocate of that step before, but I mean, I do agree that if you let that edge come out a foot and a half, then what happens if they want to
Second.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Move
Gail
up.
seconded.
improve on the existing structure, and then, well, let's make that the same line as the step. And
We
then,
hold the house line.
Okay,
Right.
any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the deck that's already constructed with the condition that it cannot extend beyond the existing house structure? Say aye.
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 Aye. So that's a yes from everyone, Joanne, Gail, Ed, Kathy, myself, okay? And then there's just one remaining piece, is the unbuilt portion of the deck that is extending within the side yard setback, and also would have to receive a variance for the WSWC. I'm going to, anyone make a motion before I make a motion?
Mm-mm, you're doing so well.
I know what he's gonna do, make a motion.
So I'm gonna deny that variance. That it is
Well, maybe I'll make the motion.
contrary to the public interest in regarding to Wetland Surface Water Conservation District. It does not do substantial justice that the homeowner has additional decking that we just approved on the other side of the porch. There's a deck on the other side of the house, so they still have view of the river, and it is still, they can observe the beauty of the river. And that it, I think that's sufficient.
The findings of the Conservation Commission. If you want to add that.
In that the findings of, they spoke to that it's not permeable though, right? I mean, that's what they thought at the time. I think that's what we heard at the, Joanne,
It's not
Kathy?
permeable.
Yeah, the material that they were gonna use in the extension was not permeable, so therefore they didn't recommend it.
And that's why they didn't recommend it?
No, they didn't recommend it because.
We'll got it, thank
that
you.
was gonna be a roof.
They didn't recommend it because they thought it was going to be covered
Right.
and the roof runoff would have an effect on the river. But it's not going to be covered, it's just going to be the same decking material. Plus the fact that the shoreline permit, regardless of what the abutter said, we have it in hand that the shoreline permit for this addition has been approved.
Okay.
So I would, again, discourage you from voting yes.
So I have,
It's denial.
so I'll finish my motion is that, I'm not making any reference to the Conservation Commission.
They were so inside.
So that's, I have made a motion for denial. Any
I'll
seconds?
second.
Second by Gail. Any discussion beyond what Joanne has already described in her motion? She recommends that we do not approve the denial. Any other discussion? All right, we have a motion to deny. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Joanne?
No,
All right, so that's a no from Ed as he shook his head. So the motion failed.
I'll
You wanna
make a motion to approve the, help me out, Brian,
So it's a side yard setback variance
side yard.
and a
Yeah.
wetland surface water conservation
And
variance.
the rear yard setback.
For the porch extension.
The porch
or
extension.
For the porch extension as presented, given the fact that it is now an impervious,
A
Addition.
permeable,
Variable.
no,
It's not per-
I'm
it's not
sorry,
gonna be
it's
covered, so
pervious.
Pervious.
It's pervious. And the issues brought up by the Conservation Commission no longer apply.
okay? Any seconds?
a second,
And the fact that they have the shoreline permit.
Okay.
second.
Any discussion?
Well, I just, before we vote, I want to just get this in, that I just want to say before we vote, that I am not going to look probably positively on any future work or
Improvements?
improvements on this property that would be done without a building permit and without getting variances before doing any improvements. I will guarantee you I will not look favorably in the future if that
I'll
is done.
guarantee you, if they put one nail, they'll be back.
Yes. But I will not look,
All right, any other
make that clear.
discussion?
And
Any-
that, I also would like to add that the construction of that porch extension not exceed the existing house footprint lines.
Yeah, they have that there.
That is a condition I would
Yep.
That's
accept.
Brian, can you make sure that the porch extension, that doesn't require, no, the previous one didn't either, didn't require a variance from the rear yard setback, is that correct? It was only the tent shed that
No, they
required.
both did.
What's that?
They both did. They all
both
did.
required, so it's side and rear yard setback.
We can add that in.
Yeah, and as a clarification to the notes, so that they required all, the rear yard setback.
Yes, the previous one required a wetland surface water conservation district and a rear yard setback
Okay.
variance. This porch extension requires
Side
side,
yard,
rear,
yard,
and wetland surface
wetlands.
water.
So what did we make a motion on the previous one? Was it just, we made it on the rear? Can you have that?
I think it was just to approve it
They're on the, one just.
as presented
that-
or something like that.
Front yard is always
Okay.
where the street is.
Which is okay.
Okay. Okay, so for the porch is what we're speaking about, the porch addition, that you're approving it as presented for the variances as required.
Correct.
No
With-
conditions.
Well, for
No
this, with the condition that it not exceed the
The
that
footprint.
line.
Oh, so we're,
Can't go
was
beyond
that,
that.
Porch line.
From
Structure.
the existing
Porch line.
porch line and the side of the existing side of the house.
so the proposed porch extension was gonna do the
Basically,
same
it's just gonna fill
thing?
that rectangle.
Right.
Yeah.
It was gonna do the same thing? Their presentation said it was gonna exceed the,
No,
No.
I just wanna make sure
Okay.
that it doesn't.
That's it.
got that condition?
Got it.
All right. Any other conditions or discussion? All right, so the, is for the approval of the porch extension with the condition that it does not, does not go beyond the current house footprint towards the water.
Correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's an aye, that's an
Aye,
aye.
yeah.
I'm a,
No.
I'm a no as well.
I'm a C.
So 3-2, motion passes. Any other variances required in this application? Brian, I think we're good, yeah?
Nope, that's fine, yep.
Okay, good, done. Good night.
2 hours later.
I know.
They never change.
Oh my God.
Lynn, why are you here, right? Anybody need a break before we press? You need a break?
No, let's keep going.
2 hours on one of them.
We're taking 5 minutes, everyone, 5 minutes. Come back at 3 minutes till the hour.
Think your backside is hard on the chair.
Wasn't that riveting?
Champagne's coming for the variance.
Hey, we're taking a 5 minutes, right?
Dutra signs are no longer there.
Did you win?
Own the sign from Surratt property. Do they have to have a,
He did
Or
not.
they just the sign.
no, they're not a sign company, they bought it. Matter of fact,
Really? Did they cheat? Oh, good, well, that's good. Okay, I just wanted to know. All right,
they're supposed to get a,
later, I'm gonna go, home. We only went through the first one, we have 2 more to go through. So, all right,
It says property owner, Surratt Corner Property Management. She's the applicant, half of them.
and when you go fill in an application, they tell you that you have to have a,
Surratt owns the corner.
yeah, but they tell you, see, there's someone going for a sign, and I have to sign the application. I have to sign that I gave them permission to represent me.
Right, and I think he's signed it, Billy Surratt. I saw his signature in here.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's,
here it is. William Surratt.
what do you think?
got the laser.
This is wouldn't you just love them if they can leave them?
Can you imagine living next door to them?
Oh, I would
You know
not want
why?
to.
You know what? What they did to Buck.
Well, and they're still talking about him.
Isn't, absolutely.
What does he have to do with
But
this?
isn't that his girlfriend?
I have no idea. I don't know who she is.
I thought that was his girlfriend.
If we told them they had to get their shed off the other person's property,
I know.
then all hell would have broken. So I have the right to have a shed there. Well, so these folks.
It's so, it's sad because they're such small properties. It's
Well,
sad.
that's it. You know, what's good for one.
All right, so,
Plastic shed.
getting ready for my,
All right, next is the,
Yeah, we need to be home in 5 minutes. This meeting should have been done by now. Meeting.
oh, I don't know about the, you gotta let them talk.
when they start talking about a friggin' retaining wall for 5
Yeah,
minutes.
well,
And then he says I'm remembering that one because I was shut down at a meeting because of that,
He does
because of
like,
him, so.
yeah, well, he did shut them down after a bit, but he does like to.
Not only was I upset, but, you know, enough is enough. You can't let some, you can't let something go on about
In the north.
stuff that isn't on the agenda and then not let others. And that's why I get upset, because I wasn't allowed, when I was in the audience, to continue on. I was shut right down when we had, so. Not that I take it personally. Okay, so. Before we go into this, I am making a suggestion that we don't hear it. Because of 15.415, one of the zoning ordinances, and which
I mean, it doesn't, you can't go any further, really.
In this economy, I don't know.
go ahead, minutes. Go ahead.
There you go, breaking
All
our
right, ladies and
chairs.
gentlemen, we're back. So the next application I'm going to read is James A. Alger Jr. and Lois P. Alger. Applicants are seeking an appeal of an administrative decision from the Planning and Zoning Administrative Determination on August the 28th of 2012 that the lighting and noise at St. Anselm's College, Grapponi Field comports with approvals. This concerns sections 15.4.1.5 of the Goffstown zoning ordinance. The subject property is owned by St. Anselm College, Order of St. Benedict, located at 100 Street, St. Anselm's Drive, which is map 3, lot 62-1 in the residential 2 district. Minute. So,
All right, all right.
hang on. does, actually. So before we hear from the applicant, a member of the board is asked to speak. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to propose that we do not entertain this application this evening. I am basing that primarily on our zoning ordinances and the RSAs of the state. As the chairman read the application, it referenced the section 15415 of our zoning ordinances. Section 15451 under appeals states, any persons aggrieved by a planning board decision on a conditional use permit may appeal that decision to the Superior Court in the manner provided by RSA 677-15 court review. A planning board decision on the issuance of a conditional use permit cannot be appealed to the Zoning Board of Adjustments in accordance with RSA 676-5-3, appeals to the Board of Adjustments. And going into the state RSAs, RSA 676-5-3, as referenced in our ordinances, states, and I'm going to take it into the part that it is important for us. If the zoning ordinance contains an innovative land use control adopted pursuant to RSA 674-21, which delegates administration, including the granting of conditional or special use permits, to the planning board, then the planning board's decision made pursuant to the delegation cannot be appealed to the Board of Adjustment, but may be appealed to Superior Court as provided in RSA 677-15. Based upon that, and based upon the application, and based upon how this was submitted to the planning board, this particular application was submitted to the planning board as a site plan and conditional use permit. And therefore I say to you that we do not jurisdict this particular planning board decision because it was a conditional use permit, and that's based upon our ordinances and state statutes. So I would ask the members of the board not to hear this application and to suggest that the application go forward with the state direction of going to the Superior Court.
Can I ask Brian a question?
In his role as the administrator, yeah.
In your letter dated August 28th to Attorney Cronin, you mentioned that if anyone had concerns with the planning board's decision, they should have appealed to the court. And then the paragraph after that says, if you do not agree with my determinations, you have the right to appeal them. Appeals must be filed with the zoning department to the zoning board, 30 days receipt of this letter. So did you ever receive an appeal within 30 days of August 28th?
Yes, and that appeal letter has been sort of requested that it be pushed back, but we did receive, and it was this appeal letter that is before you tonight regarding my determination letter. It's not regarding the planning board action, but it's regarding my determinations in this letter. That's what should be under appeal tonight.
So it's your determination that...
That it comports with zoning
Okay.
approvals.
Because they built it to the plan.
Right.
Okay. So that's what we're hearing, not the fact that they don't like the planning board's decision.
I don't think that's what I read in what in what they said. I think we're, and I'm just putting it out there because I, as a member, do not feel that I have the right to vote on this. And I think that's stated to me in the state statutes, and I'm going to stand on that.
Mr. Chairman, when the time is right, I'd like to have an
I understand.
opportunity to be heard.
Any other member or alternate comments on Kathy's point?
If I can just make one more statement. Anytime I make a determination, whether it be you are in compliance with the rules and regulations or you are not in compliance with the rules and regulations, that determination that I make can be appealed. And
I don't
It
think
does
that's
not.
what 676.53 says. I don't think 676.5 gives you that right.
So I think that's part of the debate of what we're having right now and what Joanne pointed out.
676 is regarding the planning board action. Planning board action goes to the Superior Court directly. My action, my determinations come to the zoning board.
As a result of the planning board. So there was a planning board decision, you made a decision based on someone's question regarding the planning board action, and that's what's being appealed, is that decision that you made regarding a previous action. Not the
Yes.
conditional use permit itself. I mean, they're not
The conditional use permit itself has passed its appeal period, and that's not under appeal tonight. However, any determination that I made in this letter on August 28th is appealable.
Your thoughts on that?
This argument from Attorney Cronin states he doesn't agree with Mr. Rose, that it should be here, that it should come to this board. Even though, I guess the town attorney said that that's the avenue that they should take. But I guess what I don't understand is, it seems that the issue at hand is the planning board's approval and whether they relied on certain representations made by the college, and which gets into the whole planning board decision, not Brian's decision.
Right, so I think as
So-
Kathy made reference, they speak to all of it, which is whether or not we want to hear all of it or not is what I think we can decide right here.
I would not want to make a decision on this unless we have legal counsel's opinion.
Make a motion that we continue this hearing until we have legal counsel's opinion for us on this.
I'll second.
My discussion is that I think we can separate the points. I think I totally get what Kathy was making in the original point, because I had that same question. How does 15.4.1.5.1 of the zoning ordinance apply? Because neither the applicant nor Brian referenced that in a decision, and which was exactly what Kathy spoke to at the beginning. I think we are able to, within the rights of this zoning board, address the specific
I don't think
point
so.
I don't think so.
that the decision, whether Brian made the right or wrong decision on how to process this, we can do that without attorney advice.
We have an attorney's letter. We don't have anything from our attorney. I mean, we
I
have,
think we're step treading where we don't know what we're talking about.
If I can just mention, in crafting this letter, I consulted with the town attorney.
In crafting the letter of the 28th.
Yes. So he was aware of the situation and reviewed my draft prior to sending it. So he was aware of the letter.
Len, you had a point?
I think the problem here being, I see that we can make a decision on Brian, but we're commingling issues here because what's raised in the attorney's letter here goes beyond
My
whether
letter.
or not the point cited in Brian's letter to some of the facts that played into the planning board's approval. Oh, I think it's a dangerous commingling of things to try and do both of them. I think that, like Kathy, I would feel more comfortable with a legal parsing of it, because I think we're mixing two issues. Brian's decision on the one hand, and the facts that played into the planning board's decision on the other hand.
So,
But I think Ed made the point that the zoning board will kind of have to separate those things out as to which issues can and cannot be heard, or that the zoning board will take into account when they make their determination, I guess.
but in your August 28th letter, the only thing you're really talking about here is the lighting plan, and whether you agreed that they built it to plan and all of that.
Yeah.
So that's really the only thing we can talk about.
Well, he highlighted his decision.
In my opinion, I don't believe the noise issue is part of either determination, whether it was the planning board determination or my determination. The noise issue has existed since prior to any of this. The sound system was placed in several years back when the field was built.
My honest belief, and I think number one, I still would like to be able to sit down and discuss this with Attorney Drescher, as we have done when we have issues that were so controversial, gray. And at that point, we would be able to perhaps ask more legitimate questions. I also feel that if this, as the way the ordinance and the statutes lead us forward, it leads us into the direction for Superior Court to make that decision as to what actually the zoning board needs to hear. And if they were to go to Superior Court and they were to take all of both sides and absorb it and to make decisions on it, and if a decision was at that point, they need to go to the Zoning Board of Adjustments, that it isn't substantiated by these particular RSAs, which we are led to believe it, I believe it says that that's the path we need to follow, then I think the decision-making is not at our level. I really feel that this is way beyond our level, that this is at a level of Superior Court, and let the court decide if it needs to come to us.
So you've made a motion, though, that we need to seek attorney.
I didn't make a motion, I
No,
suggested.
you did make a.
You did
Oh, I
make,
did,
and
okay.
Gail
And I
seconded
seconded
it.
it.
Okay,
To go seek counsel from our town council.
correct.
I want to add, one of the reasons that I seconded it is because tonight, the applicant gave us a big package of new information that we
Actually-
haven't had a chance to review. And I think it's unfair to expect us to hear it tonight without having had this prior.
Mr. Chair, actually, that packet is from the town's file. So that is information on what we have in the town's file regarding this case.
It wasn't
The
the last
applicant,
minute.
the applicant actually also has something to submit tonight for you to review as well. So that would be additional.
So let's, going back to the, or thank you,
I
Brian.
make a motion.
Going back to the, it appears that you were, your motion, you're
Mhm, to
requesting
continue.
counsel to continue,
Yeah.
to seek attorney counsel to determine how to proceed and ask about the specific decisions. Is there a specific point that we're trying to get out of town council before we come back?
I think we need the opportunity to talk to him about I would like to discuss the issue that I brought up with him, brought up here on the table, and any other issues that I may see fit after I look at all the additional information that's been given to us tonight.
Kevin, since I brought this up in the first place, now I'm changing my mind. I just read this in more detail, and Brian states here, "It is my determination at this time that the Graffoni Field lighting was built to compliance with the approved plan and is in conformance with our zoning ordinance." And in my opinion, then that's what they can appeal, that statement right there.
That statement.
And, you know, the backup that's included in this letter, but
There's one other
that's the
statement.
gist of it.
On page 1 of the letter, there's that statement, I think is appealable as well. My
Yes, so
determination.
that would be the only thing that we could hear, and they could, you know, we have the right to hear an appeal from the code enforcement officer's decision, so I feel comfortable just hearing that alone.
Okay.
Was that obtained on a conditional use permit?
I believe the lighting plan was part of the site plan, which was not the decision on the conditional use, but the overall site plan for the field lighting. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, the conditional use
Including the granting
permit.
of conditional or special use permits to the planning board. And it just states they cannot be appealed to the Board of Adjustments when it's a conditional use permit or special use permit. And that was a
That's the
special use permit.
That's the
Permit
that
itself.
was granted by the planning board.
They're not
That's
appealing
not what we're
that.
hearing tonight. What they are, what they want us to hear is an appeal to his decision about that. Am I clear?
Right.
That's what it is.
And his determination, I believe, is appealable.
Yes.
And if I may, Kevin, on reading through the letter from the attorneys here, we get to the first paragraph of their argument. I just wonder if this is an attempt to get another bite at the conditional permit approval, because what they say here is they're not asserting that it wasn't installed in accordance with plans or the zoning law. They're saying that misrepresentations and other information was given during the approval of the conditional use by the planning board. I mean, so Brian's decision is that it was done in accordance with the zoning law. You know, that doesn't seem to be what they're arguing here. It seems to me like it's another attempt to get, if the conditional use permit appeal period has expired, this is a sort of a backdoor way to get another crack at the conditional use permit.
Okay. Okay, so we have the motion on the floor to seek town council. Is that motion still requested?
I'm gonna keep it on the.
Gail, still seconded? And that, part of that would be to continue this application to next meeting, I guess? You wanna make that part of that motion, or just separate? By seeking town council, we're not gonna be able to address it tonight. So, you're requesting, seeking town council would be, have to continue this application to the,
To hopefully the next
Next meeting.
zoning board meeting, if possible. I mean, you've got town councils, you know, they have request work schedules, and you have holidays and stuff, so. And then we don't even know when we're meeting in January yet, so.
Mr. Chair.
Just a second.
To do this first.
My second is more the opportunity to read the additional information provided.
okay, so,
Which they have even more.
which is a
And they-
different,
And they have more, so,
Brian is saying.
I mean, yeah, it's different.
so what if we made your motion to continue this application to the January meeting? In the interim, we need to seek town council's comment or advice on this application, and answer questions you may have.
Can I ask if January is long enough, because it seems that Attorney Drescher is kind of on the slow side? And I wouldn't
At
want to
least
have
by
everybody come
no,
back
but
and then.
At least by January, but like I said, at least by January, or when town council is able,
Because it may not be
At-
January.
at a 2013 future zoning board meeting.
Brian, you had something to point out?
I was just gonna remind the board that prior to voting on this, the applicant did ask to be able to speak and maybe explain what their
Then we're putting ourselves
No.
in trouble.
position
No, we're
is.
in trouble.
on that.
If we, yeah.
And then also, if they are allowed, we'd like to receive the information packet that they have so that the board can review that at the same time.
Okay.
Can I also say something?
Everybody is,
Um,
except the applicant.
because they went to Brian and asked for his opinion, and he rendered an opinion in writing, so now he's giving an opinion as the code, what is your title, code?
Code enforcement officer as well as planning director.
So,
and
so,
planning-
so,
Planning administrator, planning and zoning administrator is the official title.
okay, so, because he gave his opinion as that, then I believe the first step in the process would be to appeal his decision before they would take this to court, so I think they're just following through
Yep,
on the process.
yep. I hear you. I agree.
I'm not sure.
Not sure what.
I'm not sure if what she's saying is what I'm just not sure. And I just,
And the thing is, if we allow this presentation, then we've allowed
yeah.
we've allowed it without even, then we go to the attorney and they say, we heard their whole presentation. Why is it that,
Well, it wouldn't hurt to hear it and then table it.
Does that effectively open a public hearing
you're
or
effectively,
not?
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
right.
Oh, because you're saying
We
we don't
haven't
have the
started the
right to
public
hear
hearing
it?
yet.
Right.
We
We haven't-
That's
definitely,
what
Yeah.
that's
we
what I am
definitely
saying.
have the right to hear it.
We haven't started the public hearing, technically.
Yeah.
Right. But,
I'm saying I don't,
because they're not appealing the planning board's decision. They're
Right.
appealing Brian's decision about whether the plan was built the way it should have been and whether they took the appropriate steps and all of that.
Well, who are we to decide whether they did misrepresent?
Well,
I mean,
that's not the
I know
part of the
that's not
question about whether we
I
should hear
think
it,
these are
though.
all the questions that we would like to ask Drescher.
Well,
Are
I'm
we
just saying
walking
this.
down a path that we're walking
I'm
blindly?
I'm just saying this because I think if we hear it, and then there's statements made, and there's a set of minutes, then you send those minutes to Drescher, and he would be better able to answer how we proceed. But if we don't hear it, we have nothing to provide to him,
Okay.
and it's going to be harder for him to actually,
Then my motion
would-
stands that we need to continue it. We need to ask him if he wants us to hear it
That's right.
before. We need to find out whether or not we should be hearing it. And I think we ought to at least know that as members of the board, if we are going down the right path. And I also agree with Gail. We've had issues like this in the past where last-minute information has been given to us, and I'm not saying Brian's, I mean, this is part of the town file, but we've also heard that there's new additional information that they would like to give to us for us to review, and all of that we can get through with this, and we can just continue this hearing until the next meeting and get our ducks in the row and make sure we're walking down the right path, and I'm very, very concerned that we very possibly aren't.
Okay, so your motion is to continue to the
To a
likely.
future zoning
Do
board.
we have to, Brian, do we need to specify a meeting, or can we say?
It should be specified because I don't want to have to
You notice.
renotice,
Let's do the
because that's
January
a
meeting, and
cost.
then if,
Yeah.
do
So-
the, yeah.
The January meeting, which we'll later vote on to be the January 8th meeting, but that has not yet to be determined, it hasn't been
Right.
voted on, so likely to be the January 8th meeting to hear from Attorney Drescher and to review the additional material.
Yeah.
Prior to that.
Well, our January meeting, and whether it be the 1st or the 8th.
Yeah.
Or the 1st, yeah.
Second that,
first
Gail.
is a holiday.
First is a holiday, it's not gonna be the first.
Yeah, to continue to January,
Make the
likely the 8th,
decision.
to review additional information and entertain.
Decision is made,
Yes.
and they claim.
Does the board need to vote on the date first,
There,
so that that's a set date?
appealing Brian's decision.
They'll find out at the end of the meeting.
Brian said that it was
I'm gonna go with,
For the January meeting.
I would say
I'm going with the way
the
Gail
next
put it.
scheduled January zoning board meeting, the next
With the
scheduled
8th.
The next scheduled January zoning board, January 2013 zoning board meeting.
But if the board makes that determination now and everybody leaves, then nobody's on notice unless they call back in.
So why don't we, at the same motion, approve the 2013 meeting schedule?
I make a motion, I'm going to table the motion that we have now, and I make a motion that we have our January zoning board meeting on January 8th, 2013.
Do you want to approve the entire schedule, or just that?
Just that one. Doesn't anyone else look at the July one too?
I'll second it.
So we have a motion to approve the modification of the normal routine schedule for January 2013 meeting, to have the meeting on January 8th with the application due date of December 21st, 2012.
Yes.
That's seconded by Ed. Any discussion?
So the motion is to table.
To simply approve the January meeting date.
Okay.
Any discussion? Meeting date, January 8th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. So the meeting is on the January 8th. Any other motions? Do you want to go back to your original motion?
Yeah.
So the other motion you had was to, again,
Seek
legal
Brian, I have a
counsel
question.
to continue.
Do they have any information, any other information that may be presented at that meeting? Can it be mailed in advance to your office and disseminated to us?
I'd say the answer is yes, right? The application hasn't been heard yet, so additional information is appropriate.
If they submit that information, then we can submit it to you in your packet.
That's right.
Um,
That's happened before.
I know a lot of times attorneys will like to hand it out as they speak to it.
If
However,
they so choose,
if that's their choice,
can they
then
mail
you can
that
continue
any
it to another
other
date.
information that's gonna come to the board ahead of the meeting, if they so choose? Okay.
Generally, what has happened with the zoning board in the past is that if new material is presented to the board at the night of the hearing, we usually continue that hearing so that we can review the additional information. We have the right to hold the hearing, but we usually continue it if they wait till the 24th hour to hand us that information. And that's been a pretty standard practice that this zoning board has maintained. And I think that's what Gail's has substantiated that statement too.
Okay. So your motion is to continue this hearing to the January 8th, 2013 meeting so that we can seek counsel and to review the additional material provided or to be provided.
Correct.
And Gail's still seconding it.
Yeah, I guess so.
You don't have to.
Well, seeking counsel, I could go either way on that, but I do think, like I said, my issue is the material.
All right, any additional discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Joanne?
No.
And I'm a no, you're an aye? Aye.
Aye.
Aye, no. 3-2, this application will be heard at the January 8th meeting, 2013.
Before I leave, I feel it incumbent just to do my duty to my client who's paid for us to prepare and be here.
I understand.
To make an offer of proof.
We will hear you on the January 8th meeting, sir.
Are you not going to allow me to speak?
I am not.
Are you going to allow me to submit materials?
Yes, we talked about that, and that is appropriate, yes.
If I was allowed to speak and present my case, I would have introduced a binder with 15 exhibits.
So please provide that to Mr. Rose.
Let me finish, please.
No.
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. We're done.
I think that's a violation of due process. You're not even going to let me, you want the documents.
You may submit them, sir. We are not asking you to submit them. You may. right?
I heard one of your members say that she wanted to continue tonight because Mr. Rose hadn't given the documents. If
have
I
a-
show up in January with these documents, you're gonna continue it for another month?
We have a packet that we received from Mr. Rose, the administrator, from a package of material.
Just let the record reflect, I'm very disturbed, not only for myself, but for my client and the people that came out wanting to be heard and have some due process tonight. I think it's an unusual event here that you didn't even allow the case to go forward. I have no exception to what people have said and the right to
Sir,
table it.
we've heard your point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Not a good day to do.
Like,
So we have one more application, ladies and
no, I wanna
gentlemen.
mark them that I offered them tonight.
I have a stamp upstairs, I can,
Yeah, just so they're
you're going to go grab a stamp.
if you can. Do you have stamps that you mark the exhibits?
Received, yeah,
Yeah,
just a
why don't you
received
do
date.
that, and then I'll get it to you.
So Sheriff, I can just take a brief, I guess.
2. Dave, we're taking 2. We're waiting for the light to come on. There it is. So, welcome back, everyone. The third application this evening, Kathy Champagne of Jutras Signs, applicant, is seeking a variance to allow the proposed electronic message center sign to be able to display date, time, and temperature content that changes more frequently than once in a 24-hour period. Whereas section 6.4.2 of the zoning ordinance prohibits signs for which sign content is changed more frequently than once in a 24-hour period. Subject property is owned by Surratt's Corner Property Management LLC, located at 680 Mast Road, which is map 17, lots 174 and 175 in the commercial district. Before we hear from the applicant tonight, we need to determine regional impact. The planning staff recommends that it does not have regional impact.
I'll make a motion to find that there is, that we find that there is no
Second.
So,
regional impact.
no impact. All those in favor say aye.
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 So that's 5-0-0.
Signs which sign contract changing electronic shall require conditional use permit.
Okay, we ready to hear from the applicant?
Yep.
Good evening.
Thank you.
And your name?
Kathy Champagne, I'm with Jutras Signs, and I'm here with Ben Barr, who is a representative from Time-O-Matic Watchfire. They are the manufacturer of the electronic sign that we're here to talk about tonight.
What's Ben's last name?
Barr, B-A-R-R.
And you're with who?
Time-O-Matic, Time-O-Matic.
Got it.
All right, please.
I think this is going to be refreshingly uncomplicated, at least I hope. What I'd like to do is just very briefly outline why we're here, and then I would just like to turn it over to Ben for just a moment so he could add some information. The code, as it's written, prohibits the display of date, time, and temperature by the restriction which disallows the content to be changed more than once every 24 hours. I think we can all connect the dots. If we display time, we have no choice but to change it every minute so that the time is correct, but the code specifically prohibits that. Since date, time, and temp is a typical, widely displayed, and useful content, we're seeking relief from that restriction in order to use the sign in a way that will enhance the neighborhood and serve as a benefit to the community. I know we've all seen these signs out and about in a lot of cities and towns, and they're used in a lot of different ways. And what I'd like to do is just suggest that when people talk about not liking these signs or these types of signs, or they talk about how, you know, they're too bright, or the lights are flashing, or they're very distracting, there's just two things I'd like to say about that. Every sign is essentially the same, and the signs that you can think about that you don't like, even ones that, frankly, there's some I don't like, they're the exact same mechanism and mechanical construction as some of the signs that we all like. There's one at the Verizon Wireless Arena in Manchester that I'm sure most, if not everybody in this room, has looked at and read and found interesting and informational, and it's not the least bit offensive. The difference between the signs that we like and the signs that we all say we don't like, it's not the signs, it's the content, it's the programming. It's the way those messages appear, it's the colors, it's the different ways and the way those messages are displayed. So really what I'd like to do is sort of draw that line between all signs and each sign, because they are all different. And whether it would be myself or Ben, we could sit in front of the computer that programs one of the most awful signs that you can think of, and we could make it look perfectly reasonable and easy to read, and nobody would ever talk about it. At the same time, we could program a perfectly nice sign to be pretty awful. We could do that too. It's all in the programming. The signs in and of themselves, they're not good or bad. They are simply exactly a representation of the programming that the owner uses. So what I'd like to do is turn that over to Ben so he can talk a little bit about changing messages, what's standard, what's typical, and how we suggest this sign could be used so that the owner can have use of a very practical advertising device, and the town thinks that it's a it's a legitimate and reasonable use as well.
So before Ben speaks, and maybe he can address this or you can address it, talk about the hardship or why a property owner cares about this, because right now I haven't heard anything about the property. It's all about everybody else other than the property. Please.
Well, businesses have always used signs, and there's always a variety of signs that businesses use. Some of them have big signs, little signs, some don't have any. They don't really want that attention. But let's face it, I would say 98% of businesses out there need some sort of identification. And they're advertising devices. Most companies will allocate marketing dollars and advertising dollars towards their sign purchase. It's not steel and aluminum and plastic. That would be a capital expense. It's never accounted that way, or at least not very often. It's an advertising expense, it's deductible, it's a marketing budget item, and that tells you something. It's just like when a company puts an ad in the paper or they advertise on the radio. Signs are part of that plan, and they're essential and they're unique simply because it's one of the only ways you can address or inform customers, potential customers, the general public about what you may have to offer. And I think sometimes we all think about advertising as being kind of very selfish and overbearing, but sometimes that advertising, it's a benefit to you. And if you go to the business that's informed you of a product or service that they have at a really good price that you take advantage of, well, it's good for you and it's good for the business. And businesses now need to have innovative ways of getting their message out. And what used to be very standard and typical were those manual changeable copy signs, where those letters went between the tracks. We've all seen hundreds of those. That was the standard, that was the norm for a very long time, and very slowly electronic signs came into the market. And they are truly, and this is what I've always thought, it's essentially the same device, it's the same sign.
So I'm gonna cut to the chase.
Sure.
The chase is, why this property? What is unique about this property that they need to have a sign that displays date, time, and temperature that changes more frequently than every 24 hours? Forget the 24 hours. Why does it need to show date, time, and temperature on this property?
By no means does the sign have to. Absolutely not. That was never a part of a discussion that I had with the owner, and I hope he'll jump up and correct me, but he never said to me, I must, this has to be a part of my sign. But what he said was, well, I kind of thought that was, I just thought that was part of how I could use the sign. It's what you see on, I'm gonna guess, every sign out there. And what's interesting, and I'll just, this one last thing, what's interesting is I can tell you when an electronic sign, and it doesn't happen very often, but I can tell you long before I ever see it that it's malfunctioning, because our customers will either call, customers of our customers will deluge them with calls and say, hey, we use that sign to look at the time, we use that sign to look at the temperature, it's off, it's not working, it's disconnected or whatever. And we actually have some of those people, those customers of the customers, they don't even call their bank or whoever it is that has that sign, they call us. So it is valuable content, and when a business provides that, when a business has a sign that provides content, that's good all the way around. And even though you're saying, is this something that he must display, or is there something unique where he must display it? He doesn't have to, but it's a typical and generally accepted use of this sign. And it's unique because you can't do this with other types.
So I'm not sure this is the form you're seeking, the right form for you. And here's, we typically, very typically, we're hearing from property owners that are trying to have a use or, a use of their property that the zoning ordinance does not allow. And the zoning ordinance is, in their mind, creating a hardship that they can't either use their property or use their property as they see fit. That's what we look for.
Mm-hmm.
So in the application, there's 5 criteria that speak to spirit of the ordinance, substantial justice, property values, to the surrounding property values, and to why is this property, why should the zoning ordinance not apply to this property? That's the question. Why should it not apply?
Before we go there,
Yeah.
I'm like totally lost here. Can I start from the beginning? I thought that you went to the planning
We
board
did.
for some sort of approval.
Well, we had to go, and Brian, just jump in and correct me here, but we had to go for a conditional use permit
Yeah.
to even,
Have a lighted sign,
An
right?
electronic sign.
it wasn't lighted,
here.
it was the electronic sign.
Signs which
that
sign
needed condition-
content is changed electronically shall require conditional use
Okay, so
permit.
they gave you
642.
approval to place that type of sign in place of that old sign.
Correct.
Okay, so part of the requirements in our zoning ordinance states that it can't move more than 20 in once in a 24-hour period. So that's why you're here, because you want a variance to actually change it.
We want a
So-
variance so we can actually use it
So
as we were granted
will it,
permission to.
so I'm assuming
No,
it,
they granted permission for you to use it with a condition that it be not changed more than once in
What they did
24
at
hours.
that meeting, and you're right, what they did was they mirrored zoning, because they said at that meeting, Brian, what does zoning say about this? And of course, we all know it said you can't, so
They
they're.
can't grant relief. They cannot. It has to come
Correct.
from the ZBA.
Because we went back and forth about this, and they said, maybe you should go to planning first before zoning, but we finally sort of hammered it out, and they said, nope, zoning first, and then if we're approved here, we're not done. We go back to planning and ask them to
Wouldn't have to
just,
sign first
again,
approval.
mirror zoning with that provision.
so the sign is going, I don't know if it's up yet, I haven't really noticed,
Oh,
but.
no.
So the sign will not only say the date, temperature, and time, but it'll be a regular sign that says other things, right?
Well,
On it.
what the intention was, is to have a message,
What kind of?
a message. Well, it could be any legal content, a message. Because
Which
just
can't be
like,
regulated.
just like any sign, the content can be whatever the owner sees
Or
fit.
something.
Well,
I'm sorry?
there's another ordinance that's
So,
6.4.1. Did 6.4.1
It would be
come up to
on-premise
conversation?
advertising.
So
right,
Bill-
for that
This becomes
business,
a billboard.
not to advertise for other
Becomes a billboard.
businesses
Products or services that are done on.
on
That are
that
done on
site.
site,
Not
right.
like, Joe's Barber Shop or something like
Down
that.
the street.
That's off-premise.
Right.
Right, no.
Okay.
This was always intended to be an on-premise sign.
So, my first question to Brian would be, how come it says once every 24 hours? That's nuts.
Do you mind if I just answer your
How-
question, because you
how
asked,
come?
you asked about
I mean,
the.
was that something that was in there from a long time
That's
ago?
been there since probably 2001 when they wrote the ordinance
Oh,
the way they
okay.
did it.
Okay,
And it's to create the environment, right? It's all about environment, that they look at it as too advanced,
Well,
too changing.
but
think
also,
kids would be in schools.
it's a very,
It's the whole town, though.
the
so.
signs, the design of these electronic signs have changed tremendously since 2001. I can tell you in Hooksett, we have, the sign can change every 15 seconds. And, that's the purpose of those kinds of signs.
Right.
They don't want anything, moving like this or, causing somebody to drive down the street and maybe get into an accident because they're looking at the sign. But the content of the sign, every 15
Is it
seconds
the
can
same
change to a
content, or you
new.
just different content?
No, it could say
I have a question.
tire and battery sale, and then the next one could say
that
oil
building,
change
for that
sale.
building. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
I have
So we're
some
still
questions.
hearing from the applicant.
Yeah. You're the applicant for Jetra Signs, correct?
She-
I'm
she's
the agent for
applicant.
For
the
the-
owner.
For the
Representing
owner, and the owner is?
Rats.
The owner is Surratt's. So Surratt's owns the sign,
Correct.
okay.
Or will own the sign,
We'll
correct.
own the sign. And
He owns
operate.
the sign.
Surratt's
He owns the sign
will,
that's there
Surratt's
now.
will own the sign, and this sign is on the property where the dance studio is.
No.
No, it's
No?
on, it's where the gas station
Ms.
is.
Sunoco.
No.
The auto body.
It's where
The next
Jetra
one.
Signs used to be.
No,
Property card
it's
in the
in,
back
it's
of
on
the
the,
packet.
it's right, it's that old white sign that changed the letters between the Surratt Station and the former
That's not an
bank or
electronic
whatever,
sign.
I don't know what it is
It's
now.
not now.
Currently
This is
it's
for a
not.
proposed sign.
Replacing that sign. It's
By the way,
got
your
nothing-
name was on it at one time.
I know, that's why I know the sign. It's not,
Yes.
Oh, they
It's not the
Andre
detail.
sandwiches and all
Welch's
So
that.
you're looking for a variance. You're looking for the variance
the gas
to
station
put
is here, right?
Yeah.
date,
And
time,
here's the
and
pumps,
temperature
and here's the
only on
building,
that sign?
auto body. It's
You want to
that
have
sign
the
right
ability
there.
to put messages on that sign?
Correct.
But that's already been approved by the planning
It's
board with the
advertising whatever's
condition
here.
that it
Only
not
changes once every
change
24
except
hours.
for once more in 24 hours.
What they
So,
want to do is make
uh,
a portion of the sign change every minute
Yeah,
with time,
yeah.
or as appropriate with temperature.
Or
Which can
content.
happen up to every 60
Not just time and
seconds.
temperature, but also content.
And
Well,
well,
I
the
think-
content's a different part of the sign.
Now, the message part of the sign, didn't we have an issue in Concord with Chrysler
So let's ask the applicant what the sign.
about
looks
messaging like that?
Can we ask him what it is? I mean, we're trying to surmise what the sign is like. It's replacing the sign that is not an electronic sign. It's got the Welch's Auto Body and that's not the sign.
It is the sign.
Okay, that's the
not-
sign.
That's not the section. So the section is we have Welch's Auto Body, Bill's Tire and Battery. Then we have a section on the bottom that was a changeable with letters. You get up on a ladder and you change it.
All right.
Which
What is his
basically,
name?
you know. you could
Sir,
really
your
just-
name?
I'm Bill Surratt. Or Williams.
So just a portion of that
So the
overall
portion of the
sign billboard is being
Which was
changed.
approved by the planning board for conditional use, I believe, for being changed once every 24 hours. So, you know, as a property owner, before I invest my money into a sign, which is quite substantial, I want to be able to use a sign for my advertising.
Mhm.
And also, I put community functions up on there. When someone asked me, for years, what, can I put anything on that sign? I'd say, sure, just use it. Because at this point, for me to invest my money in an advertising tool, and it could be a community service tool, could be a lot of things. I want to be able to use it to the best of my ability.
Was the content approved by the planning board? Was the
don't-
discussion that said there would be time and temperature
No, because
on
you
it?
can only change once every 24 hours.
So that was not part of the discussion at the
Correct,
planning
so,
board,
and
correct?
then, so I have that approval.
Yeah.
But I'm looking to, have that, I forget, I don't know what the wording is.
A little bit of relief.
A little bit of relief so that I can, my sign can change. What is date, time, and temperature. And
You're talking about rolling advertising, that's correct?
It change in general terms to follow what most state and federal agencies allow throughout the nation. And actually, the relief to follow along with what existing municipal buildings in the town currently use. So to follow along with what's being used currently within other locations throughout this municipality.
Can I ask a question, just for
Right.
clarification? Will the date, time, and temp, the proposed date, time, and temp, be a section of that sort of remains, or would it be a message that would then switch to date, time, and
I think
temp,
it's just like the one at the.
which
like the
would
police
switch
station.
back to the
Yeah, one at the
message?
police station that switches.
like the one
Right.
that the police station, so
That
it,
switches.
so the whole thing would switch back and forth?
Right.
Okay.
And that one switches.
The one,
How big's
yeah.
the sign?
The one,
does.
yes.
Can I say something?
And it's
Yeah.
been switching.
As recording secretary of the planning board, I know the planning board also has issues with the one at the police station.
I'm not aware of that. I go by it every day and I see it
They,
switches.
they do have issues that are, I don't know where it's at and being resolved or anything.
Well, it was
But
shut
I know
off.
that there are issues.
It was shut off and now it's back on again.
So I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah.
that they-
And I also know in front of the
has
planning
issues
board,
with
they have a
that one.
proposal to actually, on the ballot to,
Yep.
put back on, am I correct?
Yep.
That signs are able to change every 15 seconds.
On the it's not on the
Or
ballot
they're
yet.
going to propose to have that?
Well,
It's
I
a
wanna-
proposed amendment that has been noticed as public hearing for the December 13th meeting, and the planning board will vote to recommend or not recommend. However, action on that wouldn't happen until the town vote in March.
I just want to mention about the police issue, because I am glad to hear that the planning board is paying attention to that particular sign, because I think there are some issues with it myself. And I do not know whether or not they need to come to the zoning board or the planning board,
No, they don't.
but there are issues that I believe are possibly in violation of the town ordinances. And what I would say, and I
That's
think.
that's not on this agenda.
Excuse
so-
me,
Yeah, so-
but the point that I'm making is that two wrongs might necessarily not make a right. And if we are going to use that as a reference.
We're not in the discussion phase, we're still hearing from the
Right,
applicant.
right. So I know when you mention that and you use that as part of the possible reasoning for this sign to be done in duplication of that which you see at the police station, I would just say that issue is still, under consideration, and I wouldn't particularly use that as a
I don't
reason
wanna use
why.
that. I mean, I think what they're doing is
I
fine.
would consider it more of a reference as opposed to a reasoning or a reason.
Well, whatever
So-
whatever wording you want to use, that's the point is there.
Now that you, Mr. Chair, now that they said something about the police sign,
Let's please not talk about the police.
Okay,
It's really not
all
part
right.
of this.
I just want to say that it's an informative sign. It gives you real.
So we can talk about that
information.
in
With
the
the plan, I'll go with the planning board,
deliberative
stand up and.
portion. Gail,
I just wanted to clarify that the sign, the
Tell you when there's
proposed
snow down
sign,
there, Lexborough,
I think Brian asked it, but I just want to clarify that I heard the answer correctly. What is going to be changing every 15 seconds would actually be more than just the date, time, and temperature. It would be rolling with other information as well.
We're seeking relief for the time change that's allotted per the zoning ordinance. We're not requesting any information or ruling on content within that electronic sign. We're just asking for relief on the actual change of the sign. How often that sign could change or would be approved to change.
So you're not specifying the content that would be changing, just that it could change.
What was the original?
It would be any legally permitted content, because really, you can't possibly, and really, this really came up, honestly, and it does seem to, create some further discussion, but to me, it all just came up as a practicality issue where he said, I'd like to display the time and the temperature, and I said, well, that kind of flies right in the face of changing it once every 24 hours, so to us, it was sort of a
Absolutely.
straight line.
so that's why we ask you, you have the right to come here
Right.
to talk about the 5 variance criteria, because that's how we make our decisions. We don't make them on the, we like it, right? So we need to talk about why does Mr. Surratt need to have this sign change every up to 15 seconds, electronically, every 15 seconds, or there's a hardship? And I don't,
I would
and
actually like to
economics
answer
generally
that.
isn't an answer.
One of the outstanding questions is always that
I have an issue.
if you're changing your letterboard, that could be done. That message could be changed multiple times during the day.
Just a minute.
So let's say that they wanted to advertise or change that letterboard to have the date up there. They wanted to put December 23rd, 2012 in the morning.
2 days to Christmas.
Let's say lunchtime, they want to change that letterboard, get up on the ladder and change it to, we have an oil change special, 1999. Then in the evening, they wanted to change it in the evening to say, we have Pepsi-Cola products, certain percentage off at the end of the day. And then before they go home, they wanted to put up a message, drive safe, don't drink and drive.
So the hardship is
That
disparate treatment, and it's affecting his advertising, right? That it's his property, that's what you're saying, correct?
the communication means that they're asking for is the same that they could do with a changeable letterboard, but currently in an electronic manner. And let's say the hardship is that they get a snowstorm and they have to plow that sign up with 3 foot worth of snow. They can't get up there with a ladder. They have OSHA driving by and they have a hardship that they can't physically change that sign as they would with an electronic medium.
Got it. So again, I'm beating a drum here, is that again, the hardship that the property owner is experiencing is what? If they don't do this?
Hardship is that right now, that means of being able to change that sign is different than what they could do in regular environments with the same kind of product, but a newer technology.
And that would apply to any person with electronic sign, though, correct?
That's correct.
How about, so then you essentially speak into the spirit of the ordinance. And the spirit of the ordinance you think is unfair between hand-changing signs and electronic signs, that you're unduly burdened by electronic sign. How about, and then substantial justice, probably the same thing, right? You're talk about property values. How does this, a changing sign as frequently as every 15 seconds, and I'm not sure that that's exactly the limit. Have you placed a limit that it's once every 15 seconds?
That was not on the application.
No.
Right, so it could be once every second. You have not placed a self-imposed limit.
Correct.
All right. So tell me about effect on property values. What's the surrounding properties like?
It's a commercially zoned area. There are businesses that surround that station. And the only reason it would stand out is because at this point, it would be one of the very few that would be in use in the town. It would be easier to read than a lot of the manual changeable copy signs that are out there. Letters fall off and they're crooked and people turn them upside down and switch them around. So the sign would be easy to read, and I can't think of a circumstance where surrounding property values would be adversely affected. I can't imagine that. And in fact, if this sign does exactly what we know that it does, it enhances business, it brings more people to the area, it gets people doing more business locally. That can only be good for the surrounding property values.
Brian, were any of the abutters a property that is not commercial? I believe that there's a couple of properties that are on the south side behind the Sunoco station that are not within the commercial property.
I think that's correct.
Were they noticed?
Yes, any abutter to these properties were.
Right, I'm just wondering if there was a commercial property in between where then they wouldn't have been noticed, right? So, but I think they probably would have been because it's abutting directly. When I looked online, I think they were. My point is, there's nobody else here saying my property value is going to dive. There's nobody else that's come or made notice to the board regarding that.
Okay. I have an issue.
All right, I'm going to hear Kathy's, then Gail's.
Okay.
The application was submitted to seek a variance to allow a proposed electronic message center sign to display date, time, and temperature content that changes more frequently than once in a 24-hour period. There's nothing in this application that states that they want to advertise on it, that they want to have a changing message on it, and therefore, anybody that may have a concern about advertising, whether it be for his business, or as he mentioned, maybe for other businesses in the neighborhood, that is not part of this application. We are looking at whether he can display date, time, and temperature. My thinking is if they want to now add on to it advertising and message changes, that should have been stated in the application so the abutters would know.
I need to respond to that.
She's next.
That was my same concern, that it was, they were saying that they didn't specifically ask for date, time, and temp, but that's
exactly
clearly what's in the application.
Yeah.
But the relief is only applicable to the date, time, actually, the time and the temp. So to ask for relief for content that doesn't require that doesn't make any sense.
You're seeking relief from paragraph 6.4.2.
If it wasn't for the time and the town.
No.
So,
No, can
okay,
I speak,
Joanne.
please? This is driving me crazy. A sign, they've already been approved for the sign from the planning board.
Correct.
And the sign includes the display of advertising on it. That's what a sign does, it's for advertising their businesses. They can't advertise for a business down the street or in the neighborhood, they can only advertise for
Right.
whatever businesses are in that, on that site.
I understand
Which there's
that.
probably 3 or 4 of them there.
That's right.
So that's why they're asking for date, time, and temperature, because they're already allowed to have advertising on that sign. What they're asking for is that the sign, instead of being static for 24 hours, that it can switch
Right.
to the next panel and the next panel. And that's typical of a sign, an electronic sign in the year in the year 2012, I don't even know what year we're in the year 2012, to have the sign do that. If you drive into anywhere USA, you're not going to see an electronic sign just be stagnant and sit there with the same message all the time, because if that's what the person wanted, was a stagnant sign, they would just do a regular sign. They wouldn't go through the expense of doing an electronic.
And I understand what you're saying, Joanne. My problem with it is that, yes, we are in 2012.
But if I could just reiterate, the planning board already approved a conditional use permit
Right.
for an electronic sign.
Right.
That's out
Right.
of the, so now that they have their approval for an electronic sign, they're just looking to have it flip like every other sign for electronic does. Towns have different regulations as to how often that can happen. Some places it's 8 seconds, some places it's 15. Some people may want up to, 20 or whatever. But the purpose of it is so that when people are driving by, they see different things as they travel through that roadway.
So I've lost
I just
control.
don't understand what the problem is.
So I've lost control because we're still in the public hearing portion to hear from the applicant. Is there any additional questions of the applicant that you not understand about this application?
How big is this sign gonna be?
Sign's gonna be approximately the same size as what was previously there and permitted per zoning ordinance, so we try to stay within.
And how much is that?
We'll get this actual size.
Just, I mean, just the ballpark.
3 foot by 7 foot.
Roughly.
And
approximately.
how high off the ground is this gonna be?
It's not changing, it's exactly
About
where
10
it is
foot.
now.
8 to 10 foot, what's existing.
The location doesn't change.
And to clarify also, you're only talking about
Drive
the
past that
lower
100
portion
times,
of
but I
the
don't remember.
sign where the changeable letters are now and not the 3 pieces in the upper area of it.
Exactly,
So you're only illuminating the lower section?
Just where your typical marquee sign would be at the bottom.
It's a pretty big sign.
Can I just speak for a second?
Mr. Surratt?
Yeah, and I do understand exactly what you're saying. I mean, the application says what we're here for is
Not the
really
electronic, these are
change the
the
sign, the
electronic
date,
sign.
temperature, and time. So I do
Replacing
understand.
that white
I
board.
think if I keep that as simple
It's
as
not that sign,
that's
it's the one
what
back
I'm looking
here.
for. That's all I'm looking for. The rest of it, I think we already have approval for from the planning.
Well, and I will
Can I
comment.
interject?
Well, I want to comment on that, Brian. I just want to say that I find a very fine line between what is considered a sign and what is considered a billboard. And that is where I have a little bit of confusion when I hear your presentation, whether I'm talking about a sign or I'm talking about a billboard.
You're talking about other activities not on property.
Correct.
Yeah, so the intention would be that multiple tenants are on that parcel, the property. There's a gas station, rental cars, other, auto body, my apologies, auto body. It would be only
Convenience
the
store.
services and products that are provided on that actual parcel. It wouldn't be for an off-premise pizza shop, it wouldn't be for somebody that actually is going to do business down the road. It would only be products and services brought on that parcel.
If I can
Brian.
just make a comment. What I've told the applicant, and I think Patty has informed them as well, is that, yes, they got an approval from the planning board prior. That approval would have stood ground if they wanted to go build the sign today, they could. They just couldn't have it displayed date, time, and temp. they would have the restriction of one change per 24 hours. With this change, they are requesting, if the board were to grant that change, I've told them that they'd be required to go back to the planning board again, have them revise their conditional use permit, and gain approval essentially again, because the rules have changed under which they were granted that conditional use permit. So that's one of another step that they will have to go back through in order to be fully approved for this sign.
If this was approved today, they'd still have to go back again?
Yes.
It wouldn't have to come back to here again as well?
Because the condition of
No.
approval of that conditional use permit was
Only 24 hours.
only once in 24 hours.
So they're
And
wanting
so-
us, they're actually asking us to change the planning board's decision.
Or influence it,
Or
yeah.
no, change it, because the planning board said once every 24 hours.
What if they decided
But-
against it? What if they kept the conditional use?
Now we get back
It-
to
The
this.
planning
Now
board
we get
said
back
that
to the-
because that's what's in the zoning ordinance. They can't say anything but that.
They can waive it.
No, they can't. You can't waive anything
they
that's in
can't
the
waive it.
zoning ordinance. So that's why they have to come here for
Right.
the variance.
For the variance, and then they go back to, have them approve it, subject to the now new rules that they're allowed to be under, based on variance.
Okay.
If you look at the ordinance in here, all it says is change once in 24 hours. Doesn't say anything about the content, whether it be advertising or gas prices or anything. So I think that really, it doesn't really matter. As long as the board says it's okay to change, that's fine.
Right.
I don't think the content doesn't really mean
But
anything.
but the content cannot display, like we were talking about earlier, messages for other properties.
That would
That's
violate.
a given.
That
I
then
would
talks
assume,
to the
yeah.
billboard issue.
Yeah.
That goes to 6.4.1.
Right.
It does.
Any other questions for the applicant? Are you making a representation of how frequent the sign would change?
I did not make that representation on the application.
And
Bill,
we-
do you want to speak to that?
May want to.
Would you like us to?
You
guess I
run the
could-
risk whether you feel,
I
Right.
could ask a question
But hang on.
regarding that.
is it a clarifying question?
No, regarding you're looking for clarification on how often it would change.
Yeah, I'm asking their opinion.
Okay, well, I have a question that might get us that answer.
Hang on, let's hear from what they say.
I would say every 15 seconds.
And the justification behind that is traditionally, most federal and state agencies allow that typical change on their highways. They've done studies that find that interval and change does not create any hazards, any potential accidents. State of Massachusetts just did a two-year comprehensive study. Sorry, my apologies, 3-year comprehensive study on digital signs in their state, and they found that it was inconclusive that any potential safety hazards would be created because of that.
So I just didn't pull the number. I just,
Yeah.
we did some research.
Do you have any information on how it may change the character of the neighborhood by having in that neighborhood, I'm not familiar with any other moving signs or frequently changing signs. Any information?
We'll put signs all over the nation in various environments, and we'll work with a lot of planning boards and a lot of zoning boards, and I haven't found that the character of the area has changed all that much. I think primarily is because one of the nice parts about our systems in particular, the system that's being provided by our organization, has a lot of features such as dimming, so the sign is not garish at night, it's not overwhelming. Sign's gonna look like a standard light box would at night, actually probably a little bit dimmer than what your traditional floodlights or your incandescents are gonna look like at night on the roadway. So sign looks like it fits the area.
Okay.
The one
Is
other
this a
thing
question?
that I'd like to say to that, because Joanne, you made an interesting point, and you said if somebody wanted to change the message only once every 24 hours, they would just get a typical sign, which is true. And then, and please kind of keep me honest on this, because I heard this a while ago, and I only heard it once, but Ben was telling me there was a town or a city, I think it was in New York.
In Delaware.
Okay, close. And somebody had put up an electronic sign, and there was a restriction in the town that the sign content could only be changed once every 24 hours. And they were finding that cars were actually rear-ending each other more frequently than normal, and it's because cars were slowing down, waiting for the sign to change. They expected it to change, and it was causing a hazard. So when you said, how will it impact the neighborhood, if this electronic sign is allowed to change at a reasonable interval of what people expect and can read, it will be beneficial to the neighborhood as opposed to having it be static for, an entire day. That just doesn't quite
Joanne?
make sense.
I had a question and a statement. Isn't there an electronic sign across the street that was
At Jude
formerly
First,
your
the
property?
company, yes.
It might not be running right now, but there is an electronic sign right
There
across the
is,
street.
and we used it for content that changed. We would, at the time that we put it up, we did not have a restriction of how often that message could change, but frankly, I used to do the programming of it. I wanted people to be able to read it. There were times my message would stay for 8 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds, simply because it needed to. And that message would change as frequently as it needed to at the time. And the only thing I ever heard personally about it was, whether it was the police department or the Boy Scouts or whoever, they very much appreciated having messages up there. And we put messages up there for ourselves too, but it became part of the neighborhood and part of the community at the time.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, another country heard from.
Vivian?
Personally, I like the American flag when you put that up on the sign. That was beautiful. Secondly, once every 24 hours is not the case. People are not going to stay and wait to see if the sign's going to change. Secondly, if you're right near a school, first of all, and if it's every 15 seconds, my only concern, is that someone waiting for their child and it's changing every 15 seconds, and all of a sudden they decide to take off and someone's crossing the street. So, it's in a very bad place. I don't disagree with advertising, for Mr. Surratt to advertise all his tenants, because that's the only way he's going to keep him by, advertising so they can make money and he can get his property taken care of. So I don't disagree with that. My only concern is every 15 seconds, especially with schools in session, or someone's behind a school bus, I don't know what every 15 seconds is.
Well, I'm not sure if you're saying it's too long or too short.
Yeah.
15 seconds. Is it too long of a period of time?
I don't think it's too long of a period. I just don't know.
Okay.
I just don't know if it would be.
Let's
So
stare
we
at that and count.
So we can do that in
Yeah, I don't know where the happy medium would be.
Concern is the fact that it's in a school zone. But we
Any-
can do that in deliberative.
Any last questions of the applicants? Thank you. So you can, I don't think there's anybody else here, so you can stay there. We need to hear from anyone else? Any abutters, interested parties? Anyone else? Close the public hearing, you ready? All right, we're gonna close the public hearing. Now you can return to your normal seats. Thank you. All
I'd like to
right.
say something. I don't know, it sounds pretty simple to me, and I know it's presented that way as well. I know we digressed a lot. I personally think that these electronic signs with the nice little clock and temperature look a lot nicer than what's there now, the crummy white panel that gets dirty and grimy. It's a lot sharper to look at, and it's great that it has a dimming feature. It's not going to blind you at night. I understand the concern about the area. However, you have a light flashing, but you got people driving by you with the high beams on during the day, which can be distracting. You get kids walking across the street. I feel like a distraction for drivers is something to think about, but there's hundreds of distractions around drivers all the time. I'm not sure an electric sign is that uncommon, so I don't know how much more it would distract someone than other things on the road. So that's my opinion. I understand that we have these regulations in place for a reason, but this one seems sort of pretty simple. There's a sign there now.
Okay.
So.
Joe? Anyone else?
I was.
Lynn?
I think in this case, when I'm reading 6.4.2, looks to me like the language of the ordinance hasn't really kept up with the reality of what we're dealing with every day. To say that if it changes more than once in every 24 hours, it's creating an illusion of movement is almost a laugh out loud kind of line. I think that, we don't give people enough credit. I don't think from what the discussions I've heard here, we're not talking about scrolling perhaps a message or the advertising part of it every 15 seconds, but you've got to change at least every minute to change the time.
Every minute, yeah, that's
These things, it's a commercial area, first and foremost. I think, as you said, it's probably better. I've lived in town 22 years, and I think pretty much that old signboard has been there for the entire, Mr. Surratt can correct me, it's been there for the entire 22 years I've lived in town without a change. I think it'd be an improvement and an upgrade in the area. And I mean, we're talking, if you want to talk obnoxious signs, as anyone who's ever gotten off 293 at the Mall of New Hampshire and seen that god-awful animated thing on the side of the mortgage office there, that's a moving sign.
That's illusion,
That's not an illusion of movement. That's movement, but that's exactly what we don't want here. But I don't think anything that I've heard says that anything remotely resembling that is being proposed, and I just can't, I would say, if nothing else, we probably need to change the language of the ordinance, because I don't think it reflects the realities of daily life. These signs are everywhere, and I don't think they're any more of a distraction to drivers than anything else you encounter on the road.
I would tend to agree. This isn't some gaudy neon sign, advertising a strip joint or something like that. It's, LEDs are all over the place.
Mr. Chair,
It's not a big deal. I would not think.
Mr. Chair, I'm beside myself. Do you remember when Andre's convenience store came in for his sign so he could light it up? In the same property that we're talking about? It took us over an hour to say yes to that man. And now we have another situation, and it's I don't know. I just, I have no words.
I agree to the extent that the modern electronics are great, and to an extent we need to upgrade what's there. I have a big problem with the fact that it's gonna be a changing sign in a school zone, and it's gonna be distracting drivers. Changing signs hit peripheral vision. Peripheral vision draws the eyes, especially to the opposite side of the street from the school. You're taking eyes off of what's going on the sidewalk, the school side of the sidewalk, school side traffic. That's my biggest concern with this. Anywhere else, a block and a half away might have been different. Down to the corner might have been different, but the fact that that sign's gonna be right across the street from the school, that gives me heartburn on this whole thing.
I agree with Ed. I think I have a problem with it being in the school zone as well. And I also have a problem with, we're talking pretty much that they say that they're gonna change the date, time, and temperature, and we talk about 15 seconds, we mentioned something about a minute, because that's how long before the time changes. But they themselves have said that the content is gonna scroll along with the date, time, and temperature. So whatever else they're putting in there is gonna be scrolling and changing that every 15 seconds. So that's my problem.
I agree with Gail and with Ed, because I have really no problem with the date, time, and the temperature changing as it changes naturally. I do have a problem with the message changing, and I would prefer that the message not change more than once every 24 hours. I think the old sign, the proof of the pudding is that the old sign, he's been in business for 22 years. So obviously the old sign that didn't change once every, or more than once every 24 hours has been sufficient for him and his other businesses that are located there, has been sufficient for them. He hasn't had any hardship. If he had had a hardship with the old sign, then he would have lost his businesses and possibly his own business. I don't think that, I don't think by putting a restriction on keeping the messaging within the 24-hour ordinance regulation. I can understand that. I would like to leave the messaging to be able to change every 24 hours, which I think would be an improvement over the sign that he has now, that I'm sure he probably doesn't change, or maybe change every day. I'm not sure, but I don't think it's a hardship asking him to stay within the regulations of the 24 hours for the messaging part. And I see absolutely no reason why, particularly that the date, time, and the weather can't change. I don't find that to be very as distracting as would be the message that says oil change or whatever else would be. I don't know, but I do agree that being in the school zone, it is definitely a distraction, and one that would be unfortunate if somebody did get injured because they were watching the sign change.
Now, Mr. Chair, I got a response, and you're rightfully so, but how many times do you go by? I go by maybe 5 times a day, Penado, right? So you see this thing, Welch's Auto Body. All right. So the next day I go by and I see Andre's Convenience Store. I go, whoa, wait a minute, that sign's changed. So it's distracted me right away if it's every 24 hours. No matter if you have it every 15 seconds, every 24 hours, it's going to be a distraction. Because if you're always looking at signs, so you go, eep, oh, wait a minute. The next day you go by, you see oil change, 10.99. Well, what happened to Welch's? You know, so.
I think you also have to take into account the size of the sign. The size of that panel is not all that large. It's not going to be a big, huge sign that stands up there that, you know, that's what you're gonna see as you're driving by. The sign, the white portion of that sign is only maybe, you know, this big. It's not very large.
Okay.
It's not, I don't know the measurements of it, but it's not very large.
They said something about 3 by 7.
Yeah, which is really
It's in
tiny
a
for
bad
a
area
sign.
anyway, no matter which way you look at it, it's in a.
I don't think I don't think a 24-hour change restriction is a hardship.
And as far as, I'm sorry, as far as the school zone goes, I think, you know, be aware that there's school zone markings as well. There's a flashing yellow light that alerts drivers.
Right.
And personally, and I think anybody who's driving should pay more attention to the notification of a school zone blinking light than a simple sign that's, you know, advertising for a business. Personally.
Should is a really vague word.
So we started
You can get
this evening off on this application of, I made the statement of, we don't do what we like. So, we have to,
You don't do what we'd like.
right, liking is not a justification. So, we work within the 5 variance criteria, and we tried to get the answers out, you know, to those things regarding hardship, value surrounding properties, substantial justice, spirit of the ordinance, is what we speak to, and how we consider this application. I couldn't get a variance answer. I really couldn't. I couldn't find where the property owner was suffering a hardship and that was unique to his property that's needed seeking relief. It was simply about advertising, drawing in customers. I get it. I know, that's important. Why is that unique to this property?
Am I allowed to?
Yes.
I mean, provide an answer.
Nope.
Okay.
Just hang on.
All right.
So, you know, I don't see that this request is unique to this property. I'm not gonna say, oh, we allow it here, it's gonna automatically go to every other property owner around it, but they're gonna ask, right? So this town needs to figure it out. What does it wanna do? Len spoke to, I think we need to advance the ordinance to allow and account for electronic signs. It's 2012, as Joanne said. Got it. That's important. Why does this board need to deal with that and force the town to do that? I think the remedy for this, because I don't see a hardship for the property owner that was displayed here, is to seek relief and change the ordinance. Many people do that. Many people try to do that. And from earlier discussion, it may be on next year's town meeting ballot.
Yeah.
So I'm not
Still be-
saying we're gonna work conditioning on that.
Still be a petition article.
Right, so if truly that's the way that people should be advertising, the way that people should be advertising in this zone, in this area of Pinardville, in this town of Goffstown, and if the town wishes to do that, because the town has had an ordinance to do that, they can change that. We're here to approve essentially constitutional relief to the owners. I don't see the argument. I don't see the argument that they have, that they have a hardship on their property. They get to use their property, they get to run their property, they have signs, they can have changing signs, whether by hand or once every 24 hours electronically. That's the end, what I say.
Mr. Chair, if they have it once every 24 hours, are we going to have a sign police there to see when they put it up?
Not me. It's not me.
You know, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you can say once every 24 hours, and then all of a sudden it's 9 o'clock in the morning, so they change it again at 9 o'clock at the next morning, and then all of a sudden at 1 o'clock, someone goes by and says, gee, I didn't see that there before. You have to have a sign police. We have to hire another
Right.
person.
It's, right.
If
Only
it's noticed
kidding.
Not
and
me.
somebody complains, then Brian,
Oh, yeah.
they bring it
that's
to
true.
Brian's attention and he addresses it, but.
Are you the sign police?
So that's my point.
I was just gonna comment on what you were getting to, and I think you basically addressed it well. I was gonna make a comment that, you know, to the point that we should update the ordinance, that would solve this problem. And your point is, we're not here to solve that problem right now. We're dealing with this particular case.
Right, what we have before us in our zoning ordinance is what we're here to enforce or provide relief for.
Right.
He's saying they haven't met the criteria that they have to meet for us to grant that variance. I happen to agree with you, by the way, on that. But the alternative would be to change the zoning ordinance. There is a proposal right now being considered at the planning board level, and it may end up on the ballot to allow electronic signs to change every 15 seconds. But it's not there yet. So, you know, that could be promoted and endorsed and supported by whomever. But right now, our job is what's before us here.
Do you have any additional discussion or motions?
I just want to say that I don't think we can restrict certain things because they're in a school zone, because they're allowed by our zoning ordinance to be located next to schools. So I think you're going up the wrong path there. And secondly, I think you're looking at this as if should this sign be located and have this letter changing effect, when you need to think that the planning board has already approved the sign. They've already given the conditional use permit. And the only thing they're here for, it has nothing to do with the content. The only thing they're here for is to say whether that sign can change, which every sign everywhere probably in the state of New Hampshire, anyone who has an electronic sign changes. The question is, how often does it change? And 24 hours is not reasonable.
I'm hip to what they're asking for.
And I got another thing. I think that with an electronic sign, your safety issue is covered as far as your employees or whoever has to change that sign. And I will say this, OSHA is very strict, and I will also say that if one of his employees or something gets hurt, Workman's Comp is going to be very disturbed that they have had someone do a sign that was not in their job description.
And you did make a statement before that my name was on that other sign at one point, and I just wanted for the record that I had nothing to do with it. Someone else went to Mr. Surratt and requested that. I didn't even know it was happening, so just for the
Yeah.
record.
I know.
Just for the record.
Okay.
And last comment, by knowing that two wrongs don't make a right, but just from the simple common sense standpoint, I have a real problem, niggling with this issue when less than a mile up the road, in front of the police station, we have a sign that does the very same thing that they're looking for.
However,
Doesn't make sense
the
to me.
police station is a government entity and they do not need to follow zoning.
All right, any motions or further discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the sign as presented with the limitation of the changing content, date, time, temperature of not more than 30 seconds. No faster than 30 seconds.
That's no less than.
No, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think we understand it,
I
but
need
we
to
want to
go
make
home
sure
and
the
go to
motion is
sleep.
clear. Any other conditions?
So the only content that changes every 30 seconds is date, time, and temperature?
No, everything. Content of the sign itself plus date, time, and temperature
Okay.
can change every 30
You said changing
seconds.
content of date, time, and temp, so I
No.
want to be sure.
So any content,
Any-
whatever they choose to put on there that's legally,
Correct.
that they can put on there.
Mhm.
I'd like to see that modified to 1 minute, just in the interest of safety around the school.
I'll go for that.
Anything
That's
else?
fair.
Any other portion of that, is it good?
Anything else?
So motion on the floor to approve the request with the condition that it can change 1 minute. No
No
more
more.
frequent than
Right.
once per minute.
Here goes the sign, please.
Yeah, and the second is,
I'm gonna sit there.
I'll second.
Ed
10
Levy.
seconds.
Any further
We actually
discussion?
have to do that.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Kathy? That's a no? Who's
That's a
saying?
no. You
Yeah.
didn't ask for the no's yet.
No. Yes, nays?
No.
No.
The chair says no.
What's the vote?
The variance is denied 3-2.
2 to
Denied.
2
3.
to 3.
No,
2 to
the
3.
motion was,
The motion has been
failed.
defeated,
Right,
failed,
motion
2
passed.
to 3.
We need to shorten up these meetings.
I thought she said aye.
No, I said no.
So now you need to make another motion.
That's right. Any other motions? Kathy, Gail?
Go ahead.
All
You
right.
already had it.
So
I can just say what you said.
I'll repeat it. So I'm going to deny, make a motion to deny the variance in that it does not demonstrate that literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance will result in an unnecessary hardship. This property is not unique or special. There are no special conditions that distinguish it from other properties in the area. And denial would not result in unnecessary hardship. I think that is all I'm going to speak to.
Just hardship?
Just hardship. Although I did speak to earlier, that the contrary to public opinion, spirit of the ordinance, substantive justice, values of properties. I think in my motion is going to stay with the hardship criteria.
I'll second the motion. And I once again want to say that I would have been more willing to consider approving the variance if the messaging was not changing as frequently as it was in a congested area.
Okay,
Now,
any other
can I
discussion?
say something? Yeah, I have a
Sure.
discussion. I would say it's a hardship, and I'd say because we're 2012, and because the advertising for that commercial piece of property is something that's needed in Goffstown, all commercial property, which cost us a lot less as far as services than residential. Also, with the economy the way it is, and the way that they can be more progressive, an electronic sign is the wave of the future.
What's the hardship you're speaking of?
The hardship is that they have a sign that they aren't going modern. They aren't going the way they should be, the companies, the country's going. They aren't going the way the sign people are going. They're not advancing. They're like being antiquated. We've got a board here, and we change it, and we do what we want to.
I don't know,
And-
so that's our
And that
responsibility
happened.
though, is it?
I have something about the hardship. When my name went on to that sign, something was broken on it where on one side, the letters couldn't be placed the way they should have been.
Uh-huh.
And so it looked horrible, and I think some of them actually fell off at one point. So the sign itself is deteriorating. It's old. I don't know how old it is, but they said it was more than
50 years
22
old or
years
so.
old. And it needs to be upgraded. And in order to upgrade it, nobody would
They
upgrade.
have approval to upgrade the sign. What they just came here for was how often the message can change.
Right,
That's
and
all. They are gonna change the sign.
They're going to change the sign if they could use it to the best of the way it should be used, and changing it every 24 hours is not worth him even spending his money to change the sign. So in order for them to make the best use of that sign, they need to upgrade it, because the way it is right now, it might as well not even have that letter board there, because it doesn't work. And no one uses those letter boards
So
anymore.
what if it was to every 24 hours until this article goes through, and if it does pass, that it can be more frequently, then,
That's what they have now, is every 24 hours.
yeah, I know, but what if,
We're doing
the articles are
assumptions.
gonna be in March, it's 4 months from now.
Yeah, so we are,
I'm
not,
just-
that was not part of my motion or
I
anything that
know,
was
okay,
being
but
considered.
I don't understand, but I do say it's.
If it goes through in March, then he's free to do it.
No ZBA
No, it's not.
required.
He'd have to go back to the planning board.
Well, I bet there's gonna be
Planning-
some blanket, I bet there'd be some blanket change at the planning board.
So we put it in,
No.
The change in the
not how it
planning
works.
board also removes the restriction, well, the proposed change at the planning board currently removes the restriction for conditional use permit for signs that have electronical or mechanical
Current
change
signs, right?
content.
Current signs, or not just future signs, but all signs that currently exist?
No, you don't go backwards when
So,
you do
all
zoning.
right, so we're not gonna. Okay, so any other discussion? The motion is to deny the variance, and a second has been provided by Kathy. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Aye. Noes?
No.
All right, it's been denied. All right, good
One
evening.
great step for economic development.
Okay. We have one other item on the meeting schedule.
So I can just do my usual thing anyway, right?
Yeah.
Thank you all for hearing me, I appreciate it.
Mr. Surratt,
Good,
have a good
good
evening.
information.
we'll
Thank
see
you.
you again.
I think you can get a petition
Oh, no, I mean,
going
this
in
is-
it,
This is a good process. This is all- it was-
you know,
it was
to
good.
change
Good to
the
hear everybody
ordinance.
else's- Everybody else's views, I understand.
I'll go out of business.
Get it.
All right, yeah.
So it is 11:15. We still have 15 minutes, Gail.
I wanna go this way.
So we have approved one meeting date for 2013. That was the month of January. We still need to approve the remaining meeting schedule.
Yeah, I am questioning July 2nd, because that is a vacation. That's a week when a lot of people go on vacation, and you may find that a lot of abutters and neighbors and members of the board and everybody else might not be able to be here.
Is there gonna be an automatically a better date, or is it
Well,
just
July
something?
9th, the
We
next.
move it and just
yeah,
assume that'll be good?
Do July 9th, which is the Tuesday following, which I think would be a better day for everybody. I'm just throwing that on the side. That's why I thought July 2nd.
Everybody's usually.
Any other comments?
Nope.
On July, and the only other two that I'm looking at is September 3rd, I believe is the day after Labor Day.
Labor Day.
And also, is this an off election year, 2013?
Correct,
Do
it's
we-
an off
So we
year.
don't, so it's an off year, so we don't have to worry about the November date.
Well, there is,
Town.
there would be some election that year, wouldn't there? or
Not
something?
congressional or not
No?
state, nope.
No
We just do the town
election.
meeting in March.
When's the town, when's the town meeting
The
scheduled
next
for?
week, it's the
Town
12th.
meeting.
I
Oh,
asked
okay.
Patty.
Yeah,
I'd asked her.
okay.
Just, she confirmed it's the 12th, so
It's
we
my
don't have to worry
anniversary.
about that.
Oh, March
So is there a motion on the meeting schedule?
I'd like to make a motion that we change the July 2nd meeting to July 9th. And we can move do we want to deal with the application due dates and move them a week also, or?
That would be moved to a week
Yes.
later.
All right, so that the appropriate application due dates are moved by 1 week also. For July 2nd to the 9th and September 3rd to the 10th.
I'll second that motion. I told you I'll second it.
Any other comment? A motion to approve the meeting schedule with the 2 modifications listed by Ed and seconded by Kathy. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Does anybody know when the
Abstain.
deliberative session is? Not February 5th, is it?
Is there any other, let's see,
Do you have on your computer when the deliberative session is in 2013?
I don't. Any other items? Okay,
Are we
before
supposed to
we,
just read this and take it home? and-
That's just for your information, and if you want to make comments to me, you can.
I have a question, Brian. The information that was given to you by Cronin and Bison,
The zoning changes.
when will that be available for us to, I mean, if I don't want to wait till the package comes the Friday before the meeting to review it, when would it be available at the town hall?
It'll be, I mean, it's available anytime if you want to come by, or I can try to send them out, send copies of it out earlier, just so that you have additional time to review it, because I know it's more than
If
just.
I call the town hall and ask them to make me the copy, will they be able to do that before, when you normally would send it out?
Yeah, I mean, I think because it's bigger, we'll probably send it out sooner anyway. So if you want it sooner than that,
You can come down and get it?
you can come down and get a copy of it.
do we need, how do we want to seek, if we want to seek town council?
Mhm.
Is that a request from Brian to automatically seek a meeting with town council?
I think in the past, he's come here and he's spoken to us.
Do you want to ask, are you asking, appeared that you were asking that you want to meet with him before the next meeting.
Do we need to meet with him, or can Brian just talk to him and relay?
Need a letter from him.
Okay,
Something in
because, I mean, just, I'm thinking legal fees that we have to pay for him to be here.
It's gonna
Legal
cut our pay
fees.
out, isn't it?
Legal
Gonna
fees,
cut out our pay.
I've got plenty of legal money in my legal line.
So what do you want? Do you want to get a letter from him, you read it, then you want to meet with him? Do you want to, because he's already looked at it, it appears that he's already talked about this with you, so he's familiar with this issue.
Whatever the board would like. I mean, it's
Mr.
not just up to me, it's whatever the board would like.
Attorney Cronin wrote
We
wrote a
expected
letter.
him
Attorney
to
Drescher
appeal
should
this.
respond.
All right, just hang on here. So we're going to finish the questions first. Do you want a letter, then a follow-up meeting?
Yes.
Favorite interval?
Well, let's see how,
See what
let's get the
attorney
letter.
said.
Let's get the letter and look, you know,
When do you want the letter by?
Tomorrow.
I would say like,
What's today?
2 weeks.
December
Well,
20th.
Before the
Talking,
20th.
that's
yeah.
you're getting at Christmas time, so.
Back in those. I'm
19th is Friday, how about December 19th?
no, 19th is a Tuesday, is a Wednesday, because I'm leaving.
You're right.
December 19th is a Wednesday, but it is 2 weeks and 1 day from today.
Can we really dictate his schedule when we have no clue what he's got on his plate?
I can make the request that he get it to me by the 19th.
So,
Respond to you.
Right, I mean, it's all requests, right? It's a negotiation at this point.
You know,
does he know what he's responding? Oh, he's responding to the letter?
responding to, see, it's not he said, she said. It's an attorney's letter telling us what our position is.
And by that time,
And I would like
You have Dale's minutes.
clarification on the particular issues we've got in the zoning ordinance and the RSA from the state, too.
Correct.
right,
That's the clarification that I'm really looking for. I would like to see hit the legal opinion on that, and why he doesn't feel that it is necessary for them to go to Superior Court.
you know, that he can come here without, yeah.
I really want to hear that. I really want to read it, and I really, you know, I like I like the people to come in person, to be very honest with you.
If
I
the
like
board
that, but
wants, I can
it's
suggest
a bad.
a possible workshop prior to the meeting.
Well, I wouldn't mind if we had the workshop even the week before our meeting, I mean, after the first of the year. Because we've now pushed our meeting off till January 8th, which frees up that whole first week of January. And I'm sure he would probably feel a lot better if he had that time. So if he could respond with a letter, and if there was still question as to, he could tentatively set up a workshop for the first week in January, if we felt it was still necessary to go forward in that direction. I think it gives him all options.
Okay.
First week of January would be all right for me, because I'm generally quiet that week, but I can tell you right now, between now and Christmas, I am straight out.
How about between Christmas and New Year?
Okay.
I just think
Straight on?
No, that's
a
not
letter would be preferable, and I don't know if we really need a meeting. I mean, the one point I'd like to see responded, who was the one that I raised, because if you look at all of Bisson's arguments there, they're not saying that Brian decided it wrong, they're saying the planning board decision was based on misrepresentations, which seems to me it's another go
Yeah.
at the conditional use permit, and I think that, I see that as the very crux of what they're trying to do.
But you're interested.
I think if
Okay.
Kathy wrote what her concerns were, and then Brian could address them too.
Well, they're in the minutes, and he'll have the
Okay.
minutes.
All right.
And I agree with Len. I mean, that's why I say tentatively set up a workshop with him. I mean, if we get the letter by the 19th or the 20th or whatever day it is, and we read it and it satisfies all of our concerns, then we can cancel the meeting in the first week of January. That would cover all bases.
So when the letter comes out, obviously you'll have to correspond directly with Brian and not amongst the board, because we cannot have that meeting via email. Okay?
And another processing point, if for any reason that this can't be addressed by Drescher before the meeting, then, how does it go that the meeting would be continued?
Well, we would probably have to ask Brian to talk to the applicant to see if we can move it, so they don't come here and spend dollars to come here.
Okay.
That, I don't know how else we would do it. Let's do everything we can to do it in January. How about that?
Right.
All right. Anything else, Kathy? Any other items on the agenda?
Motion to adjourn?
No.
You can stay here.
Because as of tomorrow, I am announcing my resignation. I'm resigning from the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
No.
Yes, it's not a joke.
That's why when I said to you about the January thing.
You're gone for 3 months and now you're.
So, my wife and I are purchasing a new home in Bedford, New Hampshire. We close on Friday. We move
good.
sometime in January.
Good.
So
Where in Bedford?
the Village Green. Village Green,
Nice.
south of Manchester, Clinton. Just a small place, right? So,
You went from the condo over.
it's a condo I live in now to a condo there. So, it's tough to say I'm resigning.
Yeah.
I've loved working with the board, loved working with all of you here. Challenging at times, and
Yeah.
applications.
You liked it, huh?
Not the people,
You liked it,
it's
huh?
the applications.
We did you well, did we?
So,
It's been a pleasure being a member on the board as your chairman and working with you as a co-member.
thank you. So I feel terrible that I'm ending before my season is out next year, so there'll be another
So this is
position.
our Christmas present?
Here's your Christmas present. So I was thinking, and I told Kathy Ball a few days ago about it, and I said, well, maybe there's other additional activities that are gonna happen in December, and I won't resign until the end of December. And
Hey,
I'm
you can
thinking,
get on one in Bedford, you know.
No.
Bedford has.
They actually have an opening for
Yeah.
an alternate, but I think I'm gonna take a break from the ZBA for a little
Yeah.
bit. but,
I used to live in Bedford.
So why I bring it up now and not tomorrow, and you find out, surprise next week, is that I want to be in the picture, but two, that you give an opportunity to vote on who could be the new chairman right now. You could do that. You don't have to wait.
Doesn't Ed become the new chairman automatically?
Is it a step up?
No, we have to vote for him.
I think it's a vote.
So
I
I'll
just-
nominate Ed. And it doesn't need a second.
I will unfortunately have to respectfully decline.
Oh, come on, you're the tall one.
I know I'm the tall one, but unfortunately, things are happening at work that may create a situation where I may have to resign the first of the year.
Oh, you're kidding.
I'm not, so.
I guess I'll have to go
So I was
full-time.
shot in the when you mentioned that, but
beat you in the punch, huh?
I know, I
I do to go
am
full-time?
looking at some things that are happening in the next 2 weeks, and
Boy, is it a good thing we got all these alternates.
We got a stable full of
I was gonna
alternates.
say, you've got
Yeah.
a stable full of alternates, and
If it was ever gonna
And
be
positions
timely,
that'll be
it's
open
now.
in March.
No, I
All
just
right,
said I'm gonna
I'll
have
make
to
a
be
motion to
full-time,
nominate Kathy
a regular member.
as chairman.
All right,
I'll second it.
I'll get you through till,
Any discussion on
March.
Kathy being chairman?
No.
All those in favor?
Make these meetings go quicker.
Yeah, she can do that. I can't.
they don't show up when I,
All those in favor of the board members say aye.
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 Aye. Kathy, you want to vote for yourself?
sure, can I?
I don't
Of
know.
course you
No.
can. Yes, you can.
Yes, you
Of course you
can.
can.
It was
I
unanimous.
abstain.
Okay, so 401, congratulations, Kathy.
Thank you.
You gonna
Again.
retain your position until further notice, Kathy?
Till further notice, yeah. I may be able to hang in
Okay.
for a
So-
while.
Are you moving?
No.
No, just things are happening
Flying.
at work that are gonna
Oh.
require me to put, instead of 6 days a week, 7 days a week.
Oh.
But it's with new regulation and deregulation and things that are coming down the pike with the current administration in the White House. I got my work cut out for me for the next 4 years. anyhow.
Wow,
There are a lot of people that were wishing
yeah.
they had 7 days worth of work, so.
I think
Yeah.
your
Amen.
position.
Yeah.
Comes in a year anyway, right?
Yeah, so
Comes in 14.
Ed's ends in 2013, so your position would have come up for vote either way.
Mine comes up in
In
2013.
March.
too.
That's what I-
Gail comes up in 2013, so yours
When's
comes
mine
up.
come up?
Yours comes up
Last year.
in 2014 is the last year for you, so
When's
next
my
year.
alternate come up?
Your alternate this 2013. Brian King's 2013. Joe's good to 2015. Dan's good to 2014.
Brian
Uh,
King- Brian
And did
King's
we
never
figure
shown.
out which term we're probably
Brian's never
being
showed
to?
Yeah,
I will,
Can
I
we
will
do
do my
something about
best to
that?
try and stay until end of term.
Okay.
yes. Is
The-
there,
So, if you don't know the process, people, it's January, right? Is the month when people
Right.
submit their names for the open positions to town hall?
now,
Oh, you gotta be voted, right?
Yeah, it's an election.
That's right.
Yeah,
but isn't there something that if somebody is on a board and they don't attend meetings for X amount of time, that the members can take a vote as to whether or
Mhm.
not to?
That's if you have it in your rules of
Yeah.
regulations.
Do we
To
have
vote
that
them
in
off
it?
the board? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying, to vote them off the board?
You can't vote off an elected person.
No, I'm talking an
Alternates
alternate.
you can.
Oh,
You could do that, yeah.
I
think it was
we
3.
nominate, we put him in as an alternate and he's never shown,
Never once.
Right.
never once, for months.
He responded once. that
wasn't
was
here for
in
the
intent,
picture?
yeah.
Huh?
No.
No?
And and it opens up another position too, of somebody who may
Right.
be a warm body here instead of a empty seat.
So the question, Brian, is, with my vacancy, obviously it's not filled until next March. Can we have a fifth standing voting member, or does that position always never voted? I know there was a time
You can
when
appoint.
you can only have 4 people then vote.
No, you can appoint, we can appoint any alternate to fill the
Not
member.
when somebody stepped off the board. I think there was a difference in that, or did they change that in the last year or so?
I'll look at it and,
Yeah.
I mean, we can deal
So
with
when you
that
have a
at the
vacant
next
member,
meeting.
it's different. If they're just not there for whatever reason, you know, like I haven't been for the last 3 months, you can always have an alternate step in.
I know when I first joined the board way back in
That's how I became a member.
2004, I think it was, or
Yeah.
2005-ish, that time frame. I started out, this was before we had to be elected, though. I started out as an alternate, and then when members left, I was appointed as a regular
Correct.
member.
But with a voted, with a town voted board, I believe it's
Right.
different. I know for a fact it was that way up until about a year ago, so if you can check on that, because we want to make sure that we're having the right number of people vote. I
Sure.
guess. And that would even be a crimp if you were not able to make it, if you had to resign. then you'd have a pickler.
Have to shackle
I
some
was
people
able to
to
hang
some
in until
chairs.
March, then one of these gentlemen could run.
But I think
from
there
our
was a,
seat
there
and
was
get-
a change
be a voting
to
member.
that. But yeah, the process is in January, it's Kathy Ball, you go to the town hall,
Yeah,
you
go to
wanna
Kathy.
find out, you wanna put your name in for a position.
Gentlemen or ladies.
Yes, absolutely.
Or ladies, yeah.
So gentlemen, ladies.
That's right.
Yes, thank you. Gonna miss you anyway. I get used to the board, and I just, they leave me.
Yes. I really enjoyed it, I wish you.
Don't worry
I'll
about
definitely
it.
miss your dedication to it, that's for sure.
Yeah, you will be missed.
Yeah.
Who else is
You
gonna
can
make the
come sit in
motion?
the audience
That you
and
make.
visit us.
Cheer us on.
First Tuesday.
You will be
But
missed,
my
but the
motion's
4-hour
tonight
meeting, can you
failed.
remain on a consultory?
No.
Is that, no, you can't even do that.
So that's the last thing I have. Anything else for the board? Accept a motion for,
I already made a motion to adjourn.
you did?
I'll
Any
second.
Second, Ed?
That's
Any
fine.
discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next month.
Aye.
Aye, and?
Aye.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Aye, aye,
Quick
aye,
gather for a
aye.
picture.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
We gotta move our stuff out of the way,
We
right?
have to stay
You know, we
for a
gotta get
picture.
the